that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. Jumping into the yellow river can't wash away. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up and he said, "Tears of the innate spirit? That's very simple. Qingxi is the innate spirit. I can just go and ask her for help." The tower spirit was silent for a while and said, "This matter may not be simple." Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, "Why?" The tower spirit said, "Intuition." Lu Chuan didn't care and thought that the tower spirit was worrying too much. With Qingxi's temperament, I can make her cry by teasing her a little. After getting the tears, I can find a way to coax her. There should be no problem. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan took the other treasures he got from the Ngui sect and began to practice. The next morning, in order to prevent Zhonglinga from coming to pester him again, Lu Chuan left the martial arts association early. He came all the way to the Han family, intending to ask Han Qingxi for some tears. But as soon as he entered the Han family, he found that the eyes of the Han family servants looked at him a little strangely. He was a little surprised, grabbed a servant and said, "Where is the young lady? I have something to talk to her about." The servant hurriedly said, "Son-in-law, you should leave quickly. The lady has issued an order, saying that you are not allowed to step into the Han family again. If she sees you coming, she will definitely be furious." Lu Chuan frowned and said, "Forbid me to step into the Han family? Why?" The servant said, "I don't know the reason. Anyway, the lady is very angry this time. She has really made up her mind. Son-in-law, you should leave quickly, otherwise it will be very difficult for us." Lu Chuan was confused, thinking that it was because I refused to do that kind of thing with Qingxi that my aunt was so furious. It shouldn't be. He wanted to find out what was going on, so he rushed in regardless of the servant's obstruction. "Son-in-law, the lady has issued an order not to let you see the young lady. Please don't embarrass us." The servants were all helpless and tried their best to stop Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said, "Even if you don't let me in, at least tell me why. If you don't tell me the reason, I will never leave today." "Reason? You caused my daughter to be seriously injured and dying, and made her so sad that she wanted to commit suicide. More than a dozen doctors worked together to rescue her last night, and only then did she barely save her life. Do you think I dare to let you see her?" A stern shout rang out, and Zhao Yun, with a livid face, walked over with Mingsu. Hearing this, Lu Chuan frowned even more tightly and hurried over to ask, "Aunt, Qingxi is seriously injured and dying? What's going on?" Zhao Yun said coldly, "How dare you ask me? I handed my daughter to you, but you hurt her like this." "I didn't cut you directly with a knife," Lu Chuan explained. "Qingxi was fine before I went back yesterday. I really don't know what happened later." Mingsu said angrily, "You don't know? I'll tell you, you big pigsuth. If it weren't for you, how could our young lady become like this?" Then she told the story of someone knocking her out yesterday and transforming into her appearance to trick Han Qingxi into giving Lu Chuan drugs, but was later discovered by Han Qingxi, and the two fought, resulting in Han Qingxi being seriously injured. These things were told to Mingsu by Han Qingxi on the way to the Martial Arts Association. After listening to this, Lu Chuan's face became a little more solemn. No wonder Han Qingxi asked Mingsu to remind himself that he had encountered such a thing. But he still looked puzzled and asked, "Someone wanted to use Qingxi to deal with me. It is indeed my responsibility, but I was not aware of it. You should not be so hostile to me." Mingsu gritted her teeth and said, "In terms of this matter alone, you did nothing wrong, but your mistake was that you had an affair with Zhonglinga behind our young lady's back. The most important thing is that the young lady saw it. The young lady's injuries could have been controlled, but because she saw you two having an affair, she was too sad and almost couldn't be saved. Is it wrong for us to be hostile to you?" Lu Chuan was stunned and said, "Zhonglinga and I had an affair? How is this possible?" Mingsu snorted coldly and said, "Last night, the young lady dragged her seriously injured body to inform you of the news and happened to see you and Zhonglinga kissing in the yard. The young lady is infatuated with you and even wants to give you her virginity. You pretended to be a gentleman on the surface and rejected the young lady, but you took Zhonglinger back privately. It's so hypocritical. And when I went to tell you the news, I saw Zhonglinger lying on your bed with my own eyes. Do you dare to say that what I saw was fake? You and the young lady have an engagement, but you are doing something shameful with Zhonglinger. If this is not an affair, what is it? Lu Chuan never expected that Zhonglinger running to find him last night would cause such a misunderstanding. He quickly explained, you misunderstood. Nothing happened between me and Linger last night. She insisted on running to my room, and I later drove her out. Zhao Yun snorted coldly and said, you don't have to explain. I originally thought that you would make Kingxi happy, so I decided to make you the son-in-law of my Han family. Now I know that I was wrong. Didn't you want to cancel the engagement with Kingxi before? I agree. The engagement between you two is invalid. Go away and don't bother Kingxi again in the future. Lu Chuan felt wronged in his heart, as if he couldn't wash away the feeling, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He knew that Zhao Yun would not believe him, no matter how he explained it, so he changed his strategy and said, Aunt, even if you don't believe me, you should consider Kingxi's safety. You should have heard of my medical skills. Can I go and see Kingxi's condition? Zhao Yun hesitated when she heard this. Although she found more than a dozen top doctors to rescue Han Kingxi, these doctors all said that Han Kingxi's injuries were beyond their understanding. Although Han Kingxi's life was saved now, they still had no idea how to treat him in the future. Although she was very disappointed with Lu Chuan, considering her daughter's life, she could only let Lu Chuan go and see the situation first. Kingxi is in a coma now. You can go and see her condition, but once she wakes up, you must leave immediately. If she gets into trouble because of seeing you and her emotions fluctuate, I will never forgive you. Zhao Yun said, turned around and walked inside. Lu Chuan hurried to follow. Several people came to Han Kingxi's room. Han Kingxi was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, her face pale, her breath weak, and she had lost all her former spirit. There were several doctors inside who were using the most advanced equipment to test her physical condition. When Lu Chuan saw Han Kingxi's appearance, his heart tightened, and he was eager to know who the person was who wanted to use Han Kingxi against him. If he knew, he would tear the other person into pieces. He came to the bed and saw that there were still traces of tears on Han Kingxi's cheeks. It can be seen that she must have gone through a very sad stage before she fell into a coma. He regretted a little that he didn't notice Han Kingxi coming to see him last night, otherwise he would have explained it clearly at that time, and this girl would not be so sad because of him. He stretched out his hand to feel Han Kingxi's pulse, and soon frowned. Zhao Yun asked, how is my daughter? Can you cure her? Lu Chuan said, there is an extremely vicious force in her body, which should be left by the person who seriously injured her. This force can corrode her meridians. This force must be forced out of her body as soon as possible, otherwise her life will be in danger. Zhao Yun's expression became a little anxious and said, then do you have a way to force this force out of her body? Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, I can, but... Zhao Yun frowned and asked, but what? Lu Chuan said, I can help her force the power out, but this process will make her body cold, so she must be immersed in warm water during treatment to maintain body temperature, but in this case, she and I have to. Naked? Zhao Yun asked. Lu Chuan nodded. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Chuan angrily and asked, Lu Chuan, let me ask you, what is my daughter to you? Lu Chuan looked at Zhao Yun's eyes, knowing that if he couldn't give her a satisfactory answer, she would go crazy in an instant, so he could only answer carefully, fiancé. Zhao Yun glared at Lu Chuan and said, since she is your fiancé, what's wrong with you two being naked together? Besides, haven't you two been in the same bed for a long time? Lu Chuan's eyes glared, wondering how you knew about this, but he didn't dare to ask more. He understood what Zhao Yun meant in his heart, and nodded and said, I understand, aunt. Don't worry, I will never let Kingxi get into trouble. Zhao Yun snorted coldly and said, you treat Kingxi first, and I will settle accounts with you after it's over. Then she told the servants to prepare warm water according to Lu Chuan's request. Not long after, the servants carried a bathtub big enough for 2 people into the room. Lu Chuan took out a few herbs, ground them into powder with his spiritual power, and sprinkled them into the bathtub. Then he looked at Zhao Yun and said, "It's done." Zhao Yun immediately asked everyone to leave the room. Then she looked at Lu Chuan and said, "I've entrusted my daughter's life to you. If she can survive, there will be a chance for the two of you to have a chance to recover. Otherwise, our entire Han family will never forgive you for the rest of our lives." After that, she also left the room and closed the door. Lu Chuan walked to the bed, looked down at Han Qingxi, sighed and said, "Little fool, even if you really think that I took Ling aback, you should have rushed up and scolded me. Why do you have to hold it in your heart and make yourself uncomfortable?" Without hesitation, he uncovered the quilt on Han Qingxi's body and then took off her clothes one by one. After doing this, he took off his own clothes, then picked up Han Qingxi and entered the bathtub. Although Han Qingxi's tender skin stimulated the Langyang power in Lu Chuan's body, he didn't have the mind to think about it at the moment. After all, saving lives was the most important thing. He released his spiritual power, injected it into Han Qingxi's body, and began to help her expel the sinister power in her body. At the same time, after getting up, Zhang Linga found that Lu Chuan had disappeared and left the martial arts association in a depressed mood. "Stinky Lu Chuan, bad Lu Chuan, why are you hiding from me? I won't eat you." She walked on the street, kicking the stones under her feet absent-mindedly. At this time, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Kinlan, who was wearing sexy clothes and charming makeup. Zhang Linga stared at Kinlan and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Kinlan raised a playful laugh at the corner of her mouth and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is whether you want to know what your sweetheart is doing at the moment." Chapter 327. Why don't you cry again? Zhang Linga looked suspicious and asked, "Are you a fortune teller?" Kinlan smiled and said, "I guess so." Zhang Linga said, "Then tell me the name of my sweetheart first." Kinlan's mouth curled up and replied, "Lu Chuan." Zhang Linga widened her eyes and said, "I didn't expect you to be so good at it. Then tell me what my sweetheart is doing now." Kinlan turned her head and looked around, dragged Zhang Linga to a corner, and said, "I'll show you now." Zhang Linga looked suspicious, thinking why this person is still sneaking around. He doesn't look like a good person. Kinlan used magic to conjure up the scene in Han Qingxi's room. What came into view was the backs of a man and a woman naked in a bathtub. Kinlan showed an expectant smile on her face, thinking that Zhang Linga would be furious when she saw the appearance of Lu Chuan and Han Qingxi at this moment, and then she could take the opportunity to use Zhang Linga to create some trouble for Lu Chuan. After what happened to Han Qingxi, she felt that it was not advisable to pretend to be someone close to her, and that she should start from the heart of the target. As long as Zhang Linga's jealousy was aroused, and she guided her a little, she would definitely make the other party do something radical, thus creating trouble for Lu Chuan. However, Zhang Linga just stared at the picture, and then quickly retreated to the back, saying with disdain, "I was wondering why you were so sneaky. It turns out that you are selling this kind of film after all this trouble. Your equipment is quite high-end, and it can even be holographically projected. Unfortunately, I don't like to watch this kind of film. You should find someone else to sell it." After that, she left quickly, not wanting to stay with this guy who sells unhealthy videos. She didn't even know who the two people in the scene were. Kinlan was stunned and quickly shouted at Zhang Linga, "Hey, don't you look back carefully? This is not a film." Zhang Linga ignored her at all and soon disappeared at the end of the road. Kinlan cursed inwardly. She never dreamed that she would be regarded as a salesman. Damn girl, Han Qingxi is smart. I can't fool her. I don't believe that I can't fool someone as careless as you. After a cold snort, she turned around and left Han's house. After a long treatment, Lu Chuan finally forced out the sinister power in Han Qingxi's body. However, because of the injuries on his body, Han Qingxi was still in a coma. Lu Chuan took Han Qingxi out of the bathtub, wiped him dry, and put clothes on him. After everything was tidied up, he left the room and called Zhao Yun over. Qingxi's condition has stabilized. Next, we just need to treat her injuries. I will come here once a day to give Qingxi acupuncture and boil medicine for her. I will return a lively Qingxi to you." Zhao Yun snorted coldly, "I hope you can do what you say." Lu Chuan didn't say anything more and went to the herbal medicine market to buy herbs for Han Qingxi to treat his injuries. He brought the herbs back to Han's house, boiled the medicine, and fed it to Han Qingxi, then gave her acupuncture. After the treatment, he told Zhao Yun that it would take about a week for Han Qingxi to recover, and she would wake up on her own when her body recovered a little. Then he returned to the Martial Arts Association. For the next 3 days, Lu Chuan went to Han's house every day to treat Han Qingxi. That afternoon, after Lu Chuan fed Han Qingxi the medicine and gave her acupuncture, Han Qingxi slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Lu Chuan, she immediately called out, "Brother Lu Chuan." Seeing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly sat down beside the bed and said with concern, "Qingxi, you're awake, how do you feel now?" Han Qingxi was about to speak and seemed to remember what happened before he fell into a coma. His expression suddenly became extremely cold. He turned his head and said, "I'm fine, go away, I don't need your concern." Zhao Yun, who was standing by, saw Han Qingxi wake up, and the stone in her heart finally fell. She walked over and touched Han Qingxi's face and said, "My daughter, you finally woke up. I've been worried to death these days." Han Qingxi said, "Mom, I don't want to see this annoying guy next to me. Please let him go away." Zhao Yun rolled her eyes and said, "This guy's really annoying, but Mom has something to go out for now, and you need someone to take care of you, so just bear with it for now." After saying that, she looked at Lu Chuan and said with a cold face, "I'm going to go out for a while. You take good care of Qingxi. If you make her sad again, don't blame me for being rude to you." After saying that, she turned and left the room, and by the way, she helped the two of them close the door. Han Qingxi didn't look at Lu Chuan and said, "Get out quickly, I don't want to see you." Lu Chuan said helplessly, "Qingxi, you misunderstood me. Mingzu told me everything. Linga came to me that night and kissed me when I wasn't paying attention. She stayed in my room afterwards. After Mingzu informed me, I drove Linga away. Things are not what you think." Han Qingxi's eyes were moved when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and asked, "Really?" Lu Chuan immediately swore, "I swear, if I said even a single word of falsehood, let me be struck by lightning, and I without a burial place." Han Qingxi had the urge to throw himself into Lu Chuan's arms, but he finally held back. Even if what this guy said was true, he had a relationship with Linga, and he refused to touch her, even when she took the initiative to get close to him. Why should she continue to be humble? She turned her head aside again and said, "Then I don't want to see you either. I don't like you anymore. Go away." Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, "Really? Well, since you don't like me anymore, I can only go find Linga." Han Qingxi looked at Lu Chuan instantly after hearing this, her eyes full of grievance. If she hadn't been weak, she would have jumped up. Lu Chuan looked at her with a smile, reached out and gently stroked her face, and said with a smile, "I was just kidding you. Judging from your reaction, it seems that you still like me as much as I do." Han Qingxi snorted and said, "Only ghosts like you." Lu Chuan pinched Han Qingxi's face and said, "Qingxi, do you remember the appearance of the person who seriously injured you? This person has bad intentions. I must find him out, otherwise there may be other changes." Han Qingxi said, "That person turned into Mingzu. I don't know what her real appearance is." Lu Chuan pondered for a while, but still couldn't determine who was behind the trick, so he could only put it aside for the time being. He glanced at Han Qingxi and said, "Qingxi, did you cry very sadly that night?" Han Qingxi thought that Lu Chuan was concerned about her and thought to herself that she must show her attitude. She couldn't easily forgive this guy just because she loved him deeply. No matter what sweet words he said, she had to control herself and couldn't forgive him all of a sudden. "Why are you asking this?" She turned sideways with her back to Lu Chuan, waiting for this guy to coax her. But she heard Lu Chuan say, "Anyway, you cried so hard that day, why don't you cry again now? I need your tears to solve some problems." Han Qingxi widened her eyes in disbelief, turned around and looked at Lu Chuan, and the grievance in her heart deepened a little. This guy didn't want to coax her, but he actually wanted her to cry again. If she hadn't drunk less water and had dry eyes during the days she was in a coma, she would probably have really cried. She said angrily, "You're too much. I hate you. Get out of here and don't come to see me again." Lu Chuan quickly said, "Qingxi, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I want to make you sad and cry. It's because I'm in some trouble and only your tears can resolve it. I don't mean anything else. Han Kingsi said angrily, I swore that night that I would never shed a tear for you in this life. Don't even think about making me cry for you again. Lu Chuan glared. How could he resolve the mark that the Huangquan ancestor had put on his soul? At this time, the tower spirit's voice sounded. I said, this matter is not as simple as you think. Lu Chuan asked in his heart, did you know Kingsi came that night? Why didn't you tell me? Tower spirit said, you didn't ask me either. Lu Chuan was speechless for a while and no longer paid attention to tower spirit. He looked at Han Kingsi and said, Kingsi, you just woke up. Don't be too excited. Since you don't want to help me, forget it. Calm down. I won't make you angry. Han Kingsi snorted, and in order to retaliate against Lu Chuan, she said unhappily, I want to pee. Hearing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly said, I'll go call Mengsu over now. Han Kingsi said, don't call her. You come to help me, otherwise I can't pee. Lu Chuan saw that this girl wanted to make some trouble for himself, so he could only say helplessly, okay, anyway, when I helped you treat it, I saw everything I should and shouldn't see, and there's nothing to be shy about. Han Kingsi blushed immediately, rogue. At the same time, Zhao Yun came to the Martial Arts Association. She called Zhao Beicheng and explained her intention. Your president Lu Chuan is very good at refining pills, right? Zhao Beicheng nodded and said, yes, President Lu's medical skills are unique in the world. Among the people I know, there is no one who can compare with him. Zhao Yun nodded and said, then ask him to refine an aphrodisiac for me. If you don't do that kind of thing after taking it, you will die. The effect must be good. Zhao Beicheng glared and asked quickly, what do you want this thing for? Zhao Yun said, don't worry about what it is for. Anyway, it will be of great use. Just ask him to refine it for me. Zhao Beicheng thought for a while and said, if you don't explain the purpose, I'm sorry I can't help you. Zhao Yun glared at him and said, if you don't help me, I will tell your wife and children about your secret love for me back then. You decide for yourself. Zhao Beicheng's face changed, and he quickly said, what are you talking about? You just asked President Lu to make some medicine for flirting. Of course I have to help you with this little favor. Zhao Yun snorted and said, when you go to him, don't say that I need this kind of thing. Just say that you want to use it. Do you understand? Zhao Beicheng sighed and said, I know. Chapter 328 Edan. After Lu Chuan helped Han Kingsi go to the toilet, he tried to coax the girl and told her that he was really in trouble and needed her tears. But the little girl refused to listen and ignored him. Lu Chuan was helpless, thinking that Kingsi would be more obedient after drinking peach blossom wine. If she didn't drink the antidote, as long as he coaxed her a little, the girl would forgive him and would unconditionally cooperate with his request. Of course, Han Kingsi is now a normal girl, and Lu Chuan prefers her to have her own joys and sorrows. Peach blossom wine brings people an illusion after all, which is beautiful but not real. Not long after, Zhao Yun came back. After Lu Chuan said goodbye to Han Kingsi, he left the Han family and returned to the Martial Arts Association. He came to the president's office, sat down, and asked the tower spirit, apart from the tears of the innate spirit, is there no other way to resolve the mark on my soul? The tower spirit said, at present, this is the only safest way. Lu Chuan sighed and said, although Kingsi is the innate spirit, she is still angry with me now, and it is impossible for her to cooperate with me. The tower spirit muttered, who made you cause so many romantic debts? If you treat people sincerely, you won't have these troubles at all. In the final analysis, it's because you are a scumbag, and you deserve it. Lu Chuan stared and said, what do you know as a tower spirit? I can't help it. Do you think I want to cause so many peach blossom debts on me? The tower spirit sneered and said, TSK, I see you are enjoying it. A scumbag like you, even if you are controlled by others, is equivalent to doing a good thing for all the girls in the world. I wonder why you are targeting me. As a genderless tower spirit, how can you understand the affairs of us humans? Shut up and stop upsetting me. Lu Chuan said angrily. The tower spirit snorted and said nothing. After a while, Zhao Beicheng sneaked into the office. Lu Chuan glanced at him and asked, President Zhao, what's the matter? Zhao Beicheng turned his head to look outside the door. After confirming that there was no one else, he said embarrassedly, "Lu Chuan, can you help me refine a pill that can make people want to have sex?" Hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and asked, "President Zhao, what do you want this kind of thing for?" Zhao Beicheng said awkwardly, "My wife feels that I'm a little cold to her recently, and I want to use medicine to make myself more enthusiastic." Lu Chuan laughed, showing an expression that I understand, and said, "Then I'll give you a bottle of debridement ointment. You can drink it with water to achieve the desired effect." Zhao Beicheng said, "Can you refine it specifically for me? I heard you say before that, although the effect of this debridement ointment is good, it is still very easy to dissolve. In order to show my determination, I want a pill that requires sex after taking it. There is no medicine that can dissolve it, and it must be strong." Lu Chuan showed a hint of suspicion and said, "Even if you want to ease the relationship with your wife, there is no need to be so extreme. Generally, there is no medicine to relieve it. If you take it and can't vent it, it will cause big problems and even death." Zhao Beicheng said, "Okay, then I'll be honest with you. In fact, I suspect that my wife has no feelings for me. I have been looking for her recently, but she always ignores me and refuses to do that kind of thing with me. I want this medicine, but it is actually for my wife." Lu Chuan widened his eyes. He didn't expect that Zhao Beicheng would have such a problem in his private life. Zhao Beicheng felt ashamed and said, "Lu Chuan, just help me. Anyway, it's me and my wife, nothing will happen." Lu Chuan looked at Zhao Beicheng like this, thinking that people have told him such a private matter. If he doesn't help, it's really unreasonable. And he believes in Zhao Beicheng's character. Under normal circumstances, he should not take this kind of medicine to do anything illegal. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll help you refine one." Zhao Beicheng quickly said, "Thank you, President Lu. If possible, please refine it as soon as possible, because I want to ease the relationship between my wife and me as soon as possible. Also, don't tell anyone about this." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is your privacy. I won't say anything." Zhao Beicheng smiled awkwardly, thinking that my wife and I have a good relationship and a harmonious married life. If Zhao Yun hadn't forced me, I wouldn't have to lie like this. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave the office. Lu Chuan thought that Zhao Beicheng needed it urgently, so he went to buy some medicinal materials and helped him refine a he pill with good effects. He called Zhao Beicheng over, handed him the pill, and said, "This pill is called he pill, which is specially used for aphrodisiac, which is also known as a kind of aphrodisiac. After taking this pill, I guarantee that both you and your wife will become unable to stop and forget everything else. But you must remember that, after taking this pill, you must have sex within 3 hours. Otherwise, whether it is a man or a woman, it will be suffocated, and the body will be damaged. At the least, it will be infertile, and at the worst, it will be directly dead. Be careful when using it." Zhao Beicheng took the pill and said, "Thank you, President." Lu Chuan waved his hand. "What are you thanking me for? It's my duty." Zhao Beicheng said some polite words again, and then left the martial arts association, found Zhao Yun, handed the pill to her, and explained the characteristics of the pill. "What exactly do you want this pill for? If you use it to do something bad, I will also be responsible. I should have the right to know, right?" Zhao Beicheng asked. Zhao Yun glanced at him and said, "How could I do something bad with this kind of elixir? This elixir is for my daughter, isn't it?" Zhao Beicheng stared at Zhao Yun in disbelief and said, "Give it to your daughter. Could it be?" A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he instantly understood what Zhao Yun wanted to do. "Will this not be too bad?" he asked a little worriedly. Zhao Yun glared at him and said, "I'm just thinking about my daughter's happiness. What's wrong with that? Let me tell you, if you dare to tell Lu Chuan about this, you can wait for me to tell your wife and children about the embarrassing things you did when you chased me." Zhao Beicheng coughed twice, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, you know how reliable I am, and this is good for Lu Chuan and Kingxi. How could I tell Lu Chuan in advance?" 2 days later, Lu Chuan still went to boil medicine and acupuncture for Han Kingxi on time. Han Kingxi's innate spirit body recovered very quickly. After a week, his injuries were basically healed, and his energy and spirit were also restored a lot. That afternoon, after Lu Chuan gave Han Qingxi medicine, he began to give her acupuncture. During this process, Lu Chuan wondered if he could prick Han Qingxi's painful acupuncture points to make her cry directly, and then he could collect her tears and apologize to her afterwards. Thinking of this, he asked, "Qingxi, if I hurt you, will you cry?" Han Qingxi was stunned for a moment, thinking that maybe brother Lu Chuan was finally going to do that kind of thing with me, and he was also concerned about whether it might hurt for me the first time. So she said shyly, "It's possible, but if you are a little gentle, it won't be your fault." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up and said, "Really?" Han Qingxi nodded, "Really?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite." Han Qingxi was shy and thought that this was too sudden, but since brother Lu Chuan wanted to, she couldn't spoil his fun, and then said, "Okay." Then she wanted to take off her clothes. At this time, Lu Chuan took out a silver needle and pierced it into one of Han Qingxi's acupuncture points. Han Qingxi's face changed wildly, and he exclaimed, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Lu Chuan quickly looked into Han Qingxi's eyes and said, "Since it hurts so much, you should cry." Han Qingxi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "So you mean to hurt me like this?" Lu Chuan was a little surprised and said, "How else can you do it?" Han Qingxi's face was immediately full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Lu Chuan, even if I die of pain today, I won't shed a tear." Seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly pulled out the silver needle and said in confusion, "Didn't you just say that, as long as I'm gentle, it's okay?" Han Qingxi was furious and said, "What I said is, humph, I don't want to care about you, my injury has healed, you go, don't come again in the future." Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, knowing that it was not easy to get Han Qingxi to forgive him. At this time, Zhao Yun pushed the door and walked in. She glanced at Lu Chuan and asked, "How is my daughter?" Lu Chuan said, "Her injuries have basically healed, and she is fine." Zhao Yun nodded and asked again, "Has she forgiven you?" Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly. Zhao Yun smiled and said, "I have a way to make her forgive you. You go out first, and I will talk to her for a while." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew that Zhao Yun would not let Han Qingxi and himself continue the Cold War. He nodded quickly and went outside to leave space for the mother and daughter to talk. Almost 10 minutes later, Zhao Yun pushed the door open and walked out. She glanced at Lu Chuan and said, "Okay, go in. I have helped you as much as I can. Whether you can get Qingxi's forgiveness depends on you." Lu Chuan nodded quickly, "Thank you, aunt." Then he went into the room. Zhao Yun walked up to the servants, who were cleaning the yard, and said, "Notify everyone that no one is allowed to approach the young lady's yard in the next 2 days. Anyone who dares to disobey will be fired immediately." "Yes." The servant ran to notify them. In the room, Lu Chuan saw Han Qingxi sitting on the bed, her face blushing, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. He didn't know what Zhao Yun said to her at that time. He came to the bed and asked, "Qingxi, are you willing to forgive me?" Han Qingxi patted the bedside and motioned him to sit down. Lu Chuan sat on the bedside. Han Qingxi looked at Lu Chuan and said, "Even if nothing happened between you and Linga that day, I saw you kissing her with my own eyes. If you kiss me now, I will forgive you." Lu Chuan asked, "Will you really forgive me if I just kiss you?" Han Qingxi nodded seriously and said, "Kiss me, and you will still be my favorite brother Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan laughed and said, "Okay." Han Qingxi finally couldn't control the impulse that she had been holding back for more than a week, and threw herself into Lu Chuan's arms. Lu Chuan looked down at her, and then kissed her soft lips. Han Qingxi became extremely passionate. After a while, Lu Chuan felt Han Qingxi put something into his mouth. Because the thing had been in his mouth for too long, it was almost melted. After it reached his mouth, he swallowed it instinctively. He immediately separated from Han Qingxi and asked in confusion, "What did you give me to eat just now?" Han Qingxi's face flushed, and he looked at Lu Chuan shyly and said, "It seems to be called Hidan." Chapter 329. Can you really hold it back? Hearing this, Lu Chuan's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "He pill? How did you get this pill?" Han Qingxi said shyly, "My mother gave it to me. I heard her say that she asked Uncle Zhao from your martial arts association for it." Lu Chuan's face was full of disbelief. Wasn't this e-pill given by Zhao Beicheng to ease the relationship between the couple? Why did it end up in Zhao Yun's hands? That would be fine. The key point is that he ate this pill. He suddenly realized that he might have been fooled by Zhao Beicheng. Han Qingxi leaned into Lu Chuan's arms and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, my mother said that after taking this pill, we will become in love with each other. I just ate half of it, and I feel that my mother is right. I seem to like Brother Lu Chuan more, and want to be close to Brother Lu Chuan. Brother Lu Chuan, do you feel this way?" Lu Chuan looked down at Han Qingxi and said, "Did your mother really tell you that?" Han Qingxi nodded and said, "Yes. Is there any problem?" Lu Chuan pushed Han Qingxi away, stood up from the bed, and said, "You have been deceived by her. Hedan is a kind of aphrodisiac. It will make people fall into lust, and if they cannot vent in a short period of time, their lives may even be in danger." Han Qingxi widened his eyes, as if he really didn't expect the real effect of Hedan to be like this. "No wonder I felt my body was a little hot. So that's what happened." She glanced at Lu Chuan shyly, and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, since your life will be in danger if you don't do that kind of thing after taking this pill, then we..." Lu Chuan said, "Although the he pill is said to have no antidote, it may not be impossible to resolve it. Let me see if there is any way to reduce the effect on your body." Han Qingxi's face was immediately full of anger, and said, "So even if you risk losing your life, you are unwilling to do that kind of thing with me?" Lu Chuan said, "No, I..." Han Qingxi lay on the bed angrily, turned sideways, with his back to Lu Chuan, and said angrily, "Go find a way to resolve it yourself, or you can go to Linga to vent. Anyway, you hate me so much, just let me die like this." Lu Chuan looked at Zhang Linga's angry look, sighed helplessly, and thought to himself that, since it has come to this point, if he still only thinks about reducing trouble as much as possible, I'm afraid he will really make this girl sad for the rest of her life. And even if there is a way to reduce the effect, there is no way to completely eliminate the effect of the medicine. So if he doesn't want to be infertile or even lose his life in the future, he will definitely have something to do with Han Qingxi today. He also regretted that he had to find a solution just now. Anyway, he couldn't change the solution today no matter what, so he just followed Han Qingxi's wishes. He hesitated for a moment, and then lay down next to Han Qingxi. Han Qingxi felt Lu Chuan lying down, but he held back and didn't move. Lu Chuan felt a little embarrassed, coughed twice, and said, "That, I was wrong. I won't find a way to resolve it. That's angry." Han Qingxi snorted and said, "Whether you find it or not has nothing to do with me. You go away quickly. I want to suffocate myself to death." Hearing this, Lu Chuan reached out and turned Han Qingxi over. At this moment, Han Qingxi's face was flushed, and his eyes became as soft as autumn water. It seems that the he pill has begun to work. Lu Chuan immediately smiled and said, "Can you really hold it in?" Han Qingxi said stubbornly, "I can hold it in." Lu Chuan smiled playfully, then hugged Han Qingxi and said, "Well, let's lie down and sleep. Whoever can't hold it in is a puppy." Han Qingxi's body had become extremely sensitive due to the effect of the medicine. Now that Lu Chuan hugged her like this, she shuddered all over, and the impulse in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She looked at Lu Chuan with shame and annoyance, obviously no longer angry, and said coquettishly, "Bad brother, stinky brother, you are the puppy." Lu Chuan closed his eyes and said, "I fell asleep, don't call me if you have nothing to do." Seeing this, Han Qingxi turned over and sat on Lu Chuan, saying, "I don't believe you can fall asleep." However, not long after she sat on it, her eyes suddenly widened, and then she quickly got off. Lu Chuan asked, "What's wrong?" Han Qingxi blushed and said, You hit me." Lu Chuan raised the corner of his mouth, pulled Han Qingxi into his arms, and said, "Weren't you very brave just now? Why are you so cowardly now?" The effect of the medicine in his body has begun to take effect, and he can't help it. Han Qingxi looked at Lu Chuan with tenderness in his eyes and said, Qingxi wants brother Lu Chuan to take the initiative." Lu Chuan took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, pulled the quilt beside him, and covered both of them. Clothes flew, and a big battle began. At the same time, Zhang Linga was sitting alone at the door of the supervisory department, bored, and looked up at the road ahead from time to time, as if she was looking forward to seeing the person she wanted to see coming over. Unfortunately, the people coming and going on the road were all strangers, and there was no guy she wanted to see. In the past few days, she went to the Martial Arts Association to find Lu Chuan, but every time someone went to the Martial Arts Association, they would tell her that Lu Chuan went to the Han family. She asked someone to investigate, and found out that Han Kingxi was seriously injured, and Lu Chuan went to treat Han Kingxi every day. Although Han Kingxi is now her love rival, the two of them had a past after all, and she certainly didn't want Han Kingxi to get into trouble, so she didn't bother Lu Chuan anymore, nor did she go to the Han family to make trouble. She greeted the people from the Martial Arts Association, and asked them to tell Lu Chuan to come find her, if he had time, because she had something to say to him. However, several days passed, and Lu Chuan didn't come to the supervisory office, which made Zhang Linga feel empty. Are you wondering what Lu Chuan and Han Kingxi are doing? At this time, a charming voice sounded. Zhang Linga turned her head, and found that it was the woman who sold her the movie that day. She frowned and said, "Why you again? Didn't I tell you that I'm not interested in that kind of movie? And this is the supervisory department. You dare to sell that kind of movie here? Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Kinlan smiled and said, "You misunderstood me. I'm not selling movies. What I showed you last time was the scene in Han Kingxi's room." Zhang Linga looked suspicious and said, "Don't fool me here." Before she finished speaking, Kinlan immediately cast a spell and showed the scene in Han Kingxi's room again. This time she directly showed the faces of Lu Chuan and Han Kingxi. Zhang Linga didn't believe Kinlan at first, but after seeing the scene in front of her, she was stunned for a moment. Kinlan saw Zhang Linga's reaction and said with a smile, "What you are seeing now is what is happening in Han Kingxi's room. This is my unique magic. If you don't believe it, you can go directly to the Han family to verify it." Zhang Linga stared at the scene in the picture, subconsciously clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly, and murmured, They. Kinlan put away the magic and said, "The news you got is that Lu Chuan has been healing Han Kingxi these days, right? In fact, Han Kingxi was not injured at all. The two of them just wanted to use this couple to avoid you, so that they can do something shameful. Do you think Lu Chuan really has feelings for you? He just treats you as a tool to vent his desires. When he gets tired of playing, he will leave you aside and look for new prey. He is simply a complete scum, and you naively think that you can have a bright future with him. It's ridiculous." Zhang Linga was stunned, clenched her fists, and roared, "That's not the case." Although she tried her best to object, she was obviously bewitched by Kinlan. Kinlan smiled and said, "Even if he really intends to be responsible for you, you saw what happened just now. He is so sorry for you. Don't you want to cause him some trouble? As far as I know, Lu Chuan's sister-in-law seems to have encountered trouble recently and fell into a coma. I took a lot of effort to find where his sister-in-law is now. Since Lu Chuan is sorry for you, you might as well cause some trouble for his sister-in-law and make him anxious and angry. Otherwise, he will definitely not pay attention to your feelings. As for how to make trouble, you listen to me. I guarantee that Lu Chuan will remember it. How about it?" Zhang Linga stared at Kinlan and asked, "Why are you targeting Lu Chuan so much?" Kinlan said, "Because I'm his ex-girlfriend, and I was deeply hurt by him at the beginning. Otherwise, I would not try my best to retaliate against him." Zhang Linga frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Okay, then let's go in and discuss how to make this guy Lu Chuan remember it." Seeing Zhang Linga taking the bait, Kinlan raised her lips and said, "Don't worry, I have already mastered the situation of Lu Chuan's sister-in-law. You just need to listen to my arrangements. I guarantee that Lu Chuan will regret it for the rest of his life." The two entered the supervision department, but Zhang Linga suddenly ran forward and then shouted loudly, "Grandpa, there is a person with bad intentions here who wants to seduce me to do something that hurts the world. Come and catch her." A powerful momentum burst out, and Zhang Xianyuan quickly rushed over here. Kinlan's face changed, and she looked at Zhang Linga, gritting her teeth and said, "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Linga snorted coldly and said, "Even if Lu Chuan really doesn't have any feelings for me, or even likes Kingxi more, that's the matter between us, and it's not your turn to intervene with such an evil-minded person. Although I'm really angry, I'm not stupid enough to be fooled by others and do something to harm others." Kinlan cursed inwardly, not expecting that her plan would fail again. Looking at Zhang Xianyuan rushing towards her, she knew that she was no match for him, so she quickly released a stream of smoke and quickly fled. Zhang Xianyuan penetrated the smoke and found that Qinlan's figure had disappeared. This person's methods are quite strange, and she escaped so quickly. Linga, what does this woman do? Zhang Xianyuan asked. Zhang Linga shook her head and said, I don't know, maybe she is Lu Chuan's enemy. Grandpa, I'll leave that woman to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Although she would not think of taking revenge on Lu Chuan, just because he had a relationship with Han Qingxi, she still had to go to this guy to ask for an explanation. Chapter 330 The Insidious Qinlan. Han's house. In Han Qingxi's room, Lu Chuan was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Han Qingxi lay in his arms obediently, with a trace of fatigue and satisfaction between her eyebrows. Qingxi will belong to brother Lu Chuan from now on. No matter how brother Lu Chuan treats Qingxi, Qingxi will never leave brother Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, what if I marry many wives in the future? Han Qingxi was stunned for a moment and said aggrievedly, although brother Lu Chuan's doing this will make Qingxi very angry, but if it has to be this way, Qingxi will be the first wife. Lu Chuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Han Qingxi to be able to accept the fact that he married many wives. However, if he can really realize his dream of having 3 wives and 4 concubines in the future, it will still be very difficult for Qingxi to become the first wife. With her personality, she might only be a crying little follower at that time. Thinking of the possible life scenes in the future, Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. Han Qingxi didn't understand what Lu Chuan meant by marrying many wives. She didn't know that Lu Chuan had 9 marriage certificates and had a lot of extra love affairs. She just thought that Lu Chuan wanted to marry both her and Zhang Linga as wives. She just wanted to distinguish between her and Zhang Linga. In her opinion, she and Lu Chuan had a formal engagement, so it was not an excessive request to be more important in front of Zhang Linga. Both of them were thinking wildly, and no one guessed the other's true thoughts. Han Qingxi seemed to be dissatisfied with Lu Chuan's idea of marrying many wives, and deliberately rubbed against him. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at her and asked, do you want to come again? Han Qingxi snorted, turned around and said, no, Qingxi is almost exhausted. Brother Lu Chuan doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Lu Chuan said, then why are you teasing me? Han Qingxi said, who told you to want to marry many wives? I'm going to make you feel uncomfortable. Lu Chuan smiled and hugged Han Qingxi in his arms, saying, you are here, why should I hold it back? Han Qingxi panicked. She was exhausted at this time and just wanted to have a good rest, but seeing that Lu Chuan didn't seem to want to let her go, she suddenly regretted getting into trouble. She quickly begged for mercy and said, brother Lu Chuan, I was wrong. Let's have a good rest. Don't do any more strenuous exercise. Lu Chuan smiled evilly and said, that won't work. You have to put out the fire you lit. Han Qingxi was almost crying because of grievance, and said, if you come again, believe it or not, I will cry for you to see. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. That's great. I was just worried about how to make you cry once, so that I can collect your tears. Han Qingxi was stunned. She didn't expect that her threatening words would make Lu Chuan excited. Before she could react, Lu Chuan had already started to act. You bastard. Half a day later, Lu Chuan walked out of the Han family with a jade bottle, which contained Han Qingxi's tears. Now I don't have to worry about the mark of the Yellow Spring Patriarch continuing to erode my soul. He was driven out by Han Qingxi. The little girl said that he was too hateful, and she didn't want to see him for a month. Lu Chuan left her some tonic pills, and told her to have a good rest before leaving. Not long after they left the Han family, a figure suddenly walked out of the alley next to them. It was Zhang Linga, who had been waiting here for a long time. Zhang Linga stared at Lu Chuan with a face full of resentment, without saying a word. Lu Chuan didn't expect Zhang Linga to wait for him here, and he called out a little guilty, Linga. Zhang Linga asked, how does Qingxi taste compared to me? Lu Chuan coughed twice, changed the subject and said, today's weather is really nice. Zhang Linga grabbed Lu Chuan's arm angrily and bit it hard. It hurts. It hurts. Lu Chuan quickly pulled his arm back, but there was already a row of clear teeth marks on it. Zhang Linga looked at Lu Chuan angrily and asked, if you have to choose between me and Kingxi, who would you choose? Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, can I have both? Zhang Linga was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that this was a matter of choosing one or the other, but she never expected that there would be such a choice, which made it impossible for her to smoothly carry out the part of venting her emotions that she had planned. You are really a scumbag. Lu Chuan sighed, I can't help it. Zhang Linga didn't know that Lu Chuan was tricked by Zhao Yun to eat the he pill. She just thought that he took advantage and pretended to be innocent, and the grievance in her heart deepened again. She stared at Lu Chuan for a few seconds with flashing eyes, then grabbed his hand and walked towards the alley. Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, Linga, what are you going to do? Zhang Linga said angrily, I want to do it with you too. You don't want to have both, so you have to be fair. Whatever you do with Kingxi, you must do with me. After that, she stood on tiptoe to hug Lu Chuan and kissed him, as if to vent her emotions. Lu Chuan quickly pushed Zhang Linga away and said, Linga, stop it. Zhang Linga's suppressed emotions were no longer under control. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes and she shouted hysterically, so you really just treat me as a tool for sexual gratification? Now that you have Kingxi, you dislike me. Lu Chuan frowned and asked, where did you hear this word? Many things are not what you think. Zhang Linga yelled, if it's not what I think, then what is it? You had sex with Kingxi, and you couldn't help it? Do you think of me as a 3-year-old child? Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, you are not in a good mood now. You should calm down first. I will explain this to you later. Zhang Linga wiped her tears and said, I don't want to hear your explanation. Didn't you say before that you would unconditionally agree to one of my requests? I now ask you to treat me like you treat Kingxi. You said you would not refuse me. She wanted to vent her emotions in this way. Lu Chuan frowned and said, Linga, you are not in a good state. I will take you back to calm down first. After that, he grabbed Zhang Linga's arm and wanted to take her away. Zhang Linga shook his hand away and cried, you liar. You played with me and left me alone. Everything you told me was a lie. I want to take revenge on you. I will attack your sister-in-law and make you regret it for the rest of your life. After that, she turned around and ran away crying. Lu Chuan was puzzled and couldn't understand why Zhang Linga's mood fluctuated so much. This was very different from the Zhang Linga he knew. And she even said that she wanted to attack her sister-in-law, which was not what Zhang Linga would say. After a long time, he sighed and murmured, maybe it was because of the grievance in my heart that I said it in anger. Without thinking about it, he turned around and left the alley. Not long after, Qinlan appeared in the alley with a wicked smile on her face. Lu Chuan, I can't kill you, but I can make your life a mess. I want to make sure that no one around you has a good life. Zhang Linga's emotions suddenly collapsed just now, and she said those extreme words to Lu Chuan. It was she who was secretly influencing him. When she came into contact with Zhang Linga before, she had already cast a spell on Zhang Linga, which could guide her emotions in the desired direction at critical moments. Zhang Linga doesn't want to help me, so I'll do it myself. Next, I'll go to the countryside to cause some trouble for Munan King, and then I'll make sure Lu Chuan feels a heartbreak. After saying that, her figure disappeared from the spot. Supervisory Department. Zhang Linga returned to her room, cried on the bed for a while, and suddenly sat up with a trace of confusion on her face. Why did I react so strongly just now? She originally just wanted to find Lu Chuan to vent her temper and let this guy know that she was unhappy. After all, she and Lu Chuan had not confirmed their relationship, and Lu Chuan was not her exclusive property. She had no right to interfere with what the other party wanted to do. She just wanted to show her emotions and let the other party care about her. But somehow, she suddenly broke down and was in a state of life and death. She even said something cruel. Now thinking back, she felt that she was a lunatic at that time. Lu Chuan won't completely hate me because of this? Zhang Linga showed a face full of self-blame and regret, and fell into deep thought. Lu Chuan returned to the Martial Arts Association. According to the guidance of the Tower Spirit, he used Han King's tears to dissolve the mark left by the Yellow Spring Patriarch on his soul. The mark has expired, but it has not disappeared. In this way, the Yellow Spring Patriarch will not notice the abnormality. When he wants to control you with this mark in the future, he will find that the mark has lost its effect. At that time, the mark will dissipate on its own. The tower spirit said. Lu Chuan nodded and sighed again. The tower spirit asked, you seem to be worried? Under normal circumstances, if Lu Chuan does not call the tower spirit will not deliberately observe the outside world, so many times it is not clear what is happening outside. The main point is that out of sight, out of mind. Lu Chuan smiled and said, yes, my heart is in a mess. Linga said I'm a scumbag, do you think? The tower spirit said, she is right. Lu Chuan, forget it, don't think about it, just practice with peace of mind. He threw away all distracting thoughts and began to practice with the practice insights that he had pulled from the Yellow Spring Patriarch. 2 days later, Lu Chuan successfully broke through to the realm of the 6th turn of the Golden Elixir. It's time to go see my sister-in-law's condition. After arranging the things on hand, he rushed to the countryside where Munan was. At the same time, Kinlan has also investigated why Munan fell into a deep sleep. With the help of the magic weapon given to me by the master, I can sense that there are actually 2 souls in Munan body. If I'm not mistaken, she should have encountered the possession that the master mentioned, but the other party did not succeed and should have been stopped by Lu Chuan. But Lu Chuan can't completely solve this problem, causing both souls to sleep in Munan body. She pondered for a moment, a sly smile appeared on her face, and she murmured, Munan is protected by a master of the 9th level of the transformation realm. I can't kill her directly, but I can still find a way to awaken the other soul in her body. Lu Chuan, I wonder what your reaction will be when you come here and find that your beloved sister-in-law has become another person. Chapter 331, Embroidery Lady Awakens. Yuanbao Village. In a farmhouse, Liang Gongyi was washing clothes in the yard. During this time, she had adapted to the life in the Chinese countryside. In her impression, this was the idyllic life described in the book. Now she washes clothes and cooks every day, catches chickens and drives ducks, occasionally grows vegetables and flowers, and takes care of Munan by the way. In her opinion, there is nothing better than living such a happy life. Of course, if Munan can wake up, it will be even more perfect. In this way, she can live a comfortable life with the person she likes. At this time, Suming was practicing in the shade of the yard, fulfilling his duty of guarding the house. Neither of them noticed that a paper man was blown into the yard by the wind and then landed in front of the door of Munan room. After a while, the paper man actually stood up directly, turned his little head and looked around. After making sure that no one noticed, he quietly came to the door and got in through the crack in the door. The paper man came all the way to the bed, jumped lightly, and got on the bed. Munan was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, looking peaceful. It was directly attached to Munan forehead. At the same time, in the forest behind the farmhouse, Kinlan was sitting cross-legged on a stone, casting a spell. She sensed the position of the paper man, and after confirming that the paper man was attached to Munan forehead, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This paper man was obtained from Tu Yaoming after she carefully satisfied Tu Yaoming's perverted fetish 3 times. The paper man is called the soul-controlling paper man. When attached to a person's forehead, it can temporarily affect the other person's mind and make the other person obey one's orders. Although Munan is now in a deep sleep and cannot obey Kinlan's orders, Kinlan can rely on this soul-controlling paper man to affect the foreign soul in Munan body and stimulate the other party to wake up. Next, let me see how effective this paper man is. Kinlan twisted her hand seal and began to stimulate the effect of the soul-controlling paper man. In the room, the paper man on Kinlan's forehead released purple power and melted into her mind. Munan, who was originally sleeping peacefully, suddenly frowned, and a painful look appeared on his face. In Munan sea of consciousness, the embroiderer's nascent soul was still sleeping, but after sensing the power infiltrating from the soul-controlling paper man, her fingers moved twice. In the yard, Liang Gongyi hung up the washed clothes and planned to pick some vegetables from the field. At this time, the gate of the yard was suddenly pushed open. Liang Gongyi and Suming looked towards the door at the same time. When they saw the person coming, they showed excited expressions on their faces. Brother Lu Chuan. Brother. Both of them walked towards the door. Lu Chuan smiled and glanced at the two of them, saying, "Thank you for your hard work during this period." Liang Gongyi said proudly, "It's not hard. I feel that this kind of life is very comfortable. If possible, I would like to live like this with Sister Nanking for the rest of my life." Lu Chuan stared at Liang Gongyi, stretched out his hand, and flicked her head, saying, "Are you really in love with your sister-in-law? Why don't women like men these days?" Liang Gongyi covered her head, feeling ashamed and annoyed, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I simply admire Sister Nanking, not as dirty as you think." Lu Chuan shrugged helplessly, turned his head to look at Suming, and asked, "How is your sister-in-law doing during this period?" Suming smiled and said, "Very stable. Yi takes good care of her." Lu Chuan nodded, and then walked towards the room, to see the situation of Mu Nanking in person. However, as soon as he reached the door, he felt an evil breath and frowned immediately. Suming was puzzled and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Lu Chuan didn't say anything, but quickly pushed open the door. He saw the paper man that was infiltrating power into Mu Nanking's mind. His face changed, and he rushed over. He observed the paper man and soon confirmed that it was something that could control people's minds. Then he quickly used his means to block the paper man from continuing to infiltrate power into Mu Nanking's mind. Then he took the paper man off Mu Nanking's head and followed the source of power to sense the position of the person who controlled the paper man. Soon, he determined the position of the person behind the scenes. "You keep an eye on my sister-in-law. I'll go see who dares to use such a sinister trick on my sister-in-law behind her back." Without hesitation, Lu Chuan quickly left the room and rushed towards the back mountain. Liang Gongyi and Suming were both confused. They never thought that someone would attack Mu Nanking without anyone noticing. If Lu Chuan hadn't happened to come back today and encountered this incident, Mu Nanking might have had some kind of accident. The two looked at each other, and they were secretly sweating in their hearts. On the back mountain, Qinlan was concentrating on controlling the paper man. Suddenly, her face changed, and she opened her eyes. "Someone interrupted my spell. Was I discovered?" Just as she was thinking, she sensed a terrifying breath rushing towards her. Damn it. Why did Lu Chuan come here at this time? She was shocked, got up quickly, and quickly fled to the mountain, and at the same time, began to activate the escape talisman given to her by Tu Yaoming. Lu Chuan sensed Qinlan's breath and roared, "Do you think you can escape? I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to harm my sister-in-law?" At this time, he couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but from the breath, this is a person he has never seen before. But there is a familiar feeling in this person's breath, but that feeling is very faint, almost to the point of disappearing. Soon, Lu Chuan caught up with Qinlan. Qinlan also stopped at this time, turned around and looked at Lu Chuan, with a hateful smile on her face. "No grudges? How dare you say that to me?" Lu Chuan also stopped, and when he saw the other's face, he showed an expression of disbelief. Qinlan sneered and said, "You can recognize me, Lu Chuan. Are you surprised?" Lu Chuan was a little unresponsive and asked, "When I threw you on the barren mountain, you should have been surrounded by wolves very quickly. How did you survive?" Qinlan snorted coldly and said, "I'm lucky. I met a powerful master. He saved me, and even taught me to practice. But do you know how much humiliation I suffered when I followed him? In order to survive, I have no self-esteem, and no bottom line. I'm like a toy that can be ravaged by others. I live a life of misery every day. All this is thanks to you." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and said, "You just deserve it. If I had known that you were so lucky and could survive in that situation, I should have strangled your neck." Qinlan laughed and said, "Yes, I just want to see you regretting it. Although I don't have the ability to kill you, I can make the people around you a mess. Seeing you regret not killing me so much, I feel so good." Lu Chuan frowned, and suddenly thought of something, and asked, "King Xianlinger, are you the one behind them?" Qinlan sneered and said, "Yes. You have a lot of headaches because of them, right? Seeing you so entangled, I feel happy." Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and cursed, "I said that someone would come to target me like this. It seems that only you, a crazy woman." Qinlan curled her lips and said, "I'm crazy? Why don't you look at what you have done to me?" This is all your retribution. Now your beloved sister-in-law has been tricked by me. If I'm not mistaken, the other soul hidden in her body should be waking up soon. By then, Munan King's soul will definitely be devoured, and you will never see your beloved sister-in-law again. Lu Chuan frowned and said angrily, "You are looking for death." Qinlan laughed and said, "You really have the ability to kill me, but unfortunately you can't stop me from escaping. I'm talking nonsense with you here just to delay time, and buy a chance for the soul in Munan King's body. Lu Chuan, I lost miserably in front of you every time before, but this time, you completely lost to me. Go back quickly, otherwise you will never see Munan King who loves you again." The power in Lu Chuan's body suddenly erupted, and he rushed straight to Qinlan. Die. Qinlan's face changed slightly, and she quickly activated the talisman. Billowing smoke appeared, and her figure quickly dissipated on the spot. The power released by Lu Chuan penetrated the smoke, but didn't hit anything. It finally landed on the mountain, creating a big hole. "Lu Chuan, wait for me. One day, I will let you experience the pain I have experienced. This day will not be far away." Qinlan's voice echoed in the mountains and forests. Lu Chuan cursed inwardly, feeling that the other party had used a talisman specially used for escaping, and it was impossible to catch up now. He was worried about Munan King's condition, and without hesitation, he quickly rushed back to the direction of the farmhouse. Lu Chuan returned to the farmhouse, rushed to the door, pushed the door and walked in, and shouted anxiously, "How is my sister-in-law?" The next second, he saw Munan King sitting on the bed in a charming posture, reaching out to stroke her hair, with a charming arc at the corner of her mouth, and staring at him with a smile. At this moment, Liang Gongyi and Suming were both alert, staring at Munan King with nervousness, and a lot of cold sweat on their foreheads. Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Munan King and asked, You are an embroiderer." But Munan King smiled and winked at Lu Chuan, saying, "Zio Chuan, what are you talking about? I'm your sister-in-law. Come to my arms and let me love you well. I know a lot." Chapter 332 A False Alarm. Lu Chuan's face instantly became extremely gloomy, his eyes fixed on Munan King. He gritted his teeth and said, "Where is my sister-in-law?" The embroiderer smiled slightly and stopped pretending. She crossed her two long white legs and said, "She has been possessed by me, and you will never see her again, but you can treat me as her. As compensation, I can let you play with me. You should have coveted your sister-in-law's body for a long time, right? Now you can still treat me as your sister-in-law, but the difference is that I can take the initiative to seduce you, and guarantee to satisfy all your fantasies." Lu Chuan exploded in anger. He grabbed the embroiderer's neck and roared, "I will kill you." The embroiderer looked at Lu Chuan fearlessly and said, "Are you willing to kill me? If you kill me, it is equivalent to killing Munan King. Can you do it?" Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, and the hands that were pinching the embroiderer's neck began to tremble. However, looking at this familiar face, he couldn't do it after all. The embroiderer smiled and said, "I knew you couldn't be so cruel. Don't worry, my strength hasn't recovered yet. Before that, I was just a weak woman who couldn't even tie a chicken. You can keep me by your side and let me play the role of your sister-in-law. Maybe you will accept me slowly." Lu Chuan still couldn't accept the fact that Munan King had been possessed by someone else. He looked at the embroiderer with hatred and said, "Even if my sister-in-law is possessed by you, I will never let you occupy her body and continue to live in the world. I will definitely find a way to separate your nascent soul from her body, and then I will make you die." The embroiderer smiled and said, "Okay, then you can think of a way slowly. Anyway, before that, I can use your sister-in-law's body to do what I have been holding back for hundreds of years. Even if you kill me by then, I will be satisfied." Lu Chuan frowned and snorted, "Do you think I will give you this chance?" After that, he released a force to control the embroiderer. "Before I peel off your nascent soul, don't even think about doing anything." The embroiderer was not panicked, but instead raised her lips slightly. Lu Chuan originally went out to ease the mood of losing his sister-in-law, but the next second, he noticed something was wrong, and looked at the embroiderer again. The embroiderer asked, "Why are you looking at me? Have you figured it out, and are going to ravage me? Come on, I've been holding it in for hundreds of years, and I promise that I will cooperate with you in any perverted hobby." Lu Chuan snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and pointed at the heart of the embroiderer, sensing the situation in her mind. Then he was surprised to find that Munan King's soul did not disappear. She was just suppressed by the embroiderer, so that the embroiderer temporarily had control over this body. At this moment, the embroiderer's nascent soul was frantically drawing power from Munan King's soul, intending to completely take over her body. "You are lying to me," Lu Chuan exclaimed, and immediately released a force, injected into Munan King's eyebrows, and prevented the embroiderer from devouring Munan King's soul. The embroiderer cursed inwardly, "Damn you, I didn't expect you to see through my plan. If you give me a little more time, I can really devour her soul, and occupy her body." At that time, she was just pretending to deceive Lu Chuan, so that she could buy time, to take over Munan King's body. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, and ignored the embroiderer. Instead, he quickly took out the previously refined mind concentrating pill, pinched Munan King's mouth, and stuffed the pill into it. "What is this? I won't eat it." The embroiderer resisted with all her might. Lu Chuan blocked her mouth, and forced her to swallow the mind concentrating pill. As soon as a pill entered the body, it immediately turned into pure power, and protected Munan King's soul. Now the embroiderer had no chance to devour Munan King's soul. The embroiderer sensed the state of Munan King's soul and her face changed. "You are pushing me to a dead end, boy, with the pills that nourish and protect the soul. Aren't you afraid that I will be ruthless and die with her?" Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "With the protection of the concentrating pill, you can only suppress her soul and temporarily control her body. In your current state, it's a bit too much to think of dying together with her." Seeing through her true colors, the embroiderer was angry, and said with her teeth clenched, "Then I will use her body to do things you can't accept. By then, even if she regains control of her body, she will have become a dirty woman. You dare?" Lu Chuan stared at the embroiderer and shouted. The embroiderer sneered and said, "What am I afraid of? You can control me by your side, but you can't stop me from moving. By then, I have 100 ways to develop her body. After she regains control of her body, she will also be controlled by her body's instincts. She will definitely become the person you least want to see." Lu Chuan gritted his teeth. If the embroiderer really wanted to do this, he was really helpless. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's have a good talk." The embroiderer looked at him with a smile and asked, "How do you want to talk?" Lu Chuan flipped his hand and took out the soul-nourishing jade, saying, "This jade is called the soul-nourishing jade. It has a very powerful force inside and has the effect of warming the soul. You came out of my sister-in-law's body and entered this soul-nourishing jade. At least it can guarantee that your nascent soul will not dissipate for decades. And during this time, I will find a way to find the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth to reshape your body. How about it?" After listening, the embroiderer pondered for a while. After thinking seriously, she said, "Do you promise not to get rid of me directly after I enter this soul-nourishing jade?" Lu Chuan said, "I never do such despicable things. If you are worried, I can swear an oath to the heavenly Dao. You are a great man in the nascent soul stage, and should know what the oath to the heavenly Dao means." The embroiderer rolled her eyes and said, "That's not necessary. I can feel your character. I want to use your sister-in-law's body to play with you. Although I like love affairs, not everyone can touch me casually. Since you are willing to agree to this, I won't make it difficult for you. After all, there is a way to reshape the body, and I don't want to hurt others." Seeing that the embroiderer agreed, Lu Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party insisted on taking over Munan King's body, he could only forcibly peel off the other party's nascent soul, but that would be very risky. If he was not careful, Munan King might die. "But before I come out of your sister-in-law's body, you have to let me borrow her body to feel the world today. I have been trapped for hundreds of years and I'm almost bored to death. I want to have some fun for a while," the embroiderer said again. Lu Chuan frowned slightly. Seeing his expression, the embroiderer quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't use her body to do that kind of thing. I just want to experience the life of a normal person. During this period, you can follow me at any time to make sure I don't do anything out of line. Is that okay?" Lu Chuan thought about it carefully. In order to let the embroiderer leave Munan King's body smoothly, he could only agree first. Okay, but if you have any other thoughts, I will kill you, even if it costs my sister-in-law's life. Don't worry, I definitely won't have any other thoughts. I just stayed in the ring for too long and wanted to come out for some fresh air. The embroiderer looked at Lu Chuan with a smile and a cunning look in her eyes. Chapter 333, Embroidery Ladies Conditions. Liang Gongyi stared blankly at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Mu Nanking in front of her and asked, Brother Lu Chuan, has Sister Nanking been possessed by that person called Xiu Niang? Lu Chuan said, no, she was just suppressed by Xiu Niang and temporarily lost control of her body. After a while, when Xiu Niang's nascent soul leaves her body, my sister-in-law will come back. Xiu Niang looked at Liang Gongyi with a smile, stretched out her hand to lift her chin, and said, you, a little maid, look good. During this time, you will be my personal maid and be responsible for my daily life and diet. Liang Gongyi immediately opened her hand and said angrily, I don't want it, give Sister Nanking back to me. Xiu Niang immediately glared at Liang Gongyi and shouted, you ungrateful dead girl, do you know how many fairies from famous families wanted to be my personal maid but couldn't? You are rejecting me now, but you are rejecting a great opportunity. Liang Gongyi said angrily, I don't care about any chance, I just want Sister Nanking, you hateful woman, give Sister Nanking back to me. Lu Chuan sighed and said, okay, it's useless for you to be anxious now. Once her demands are met, she will leave my sister-in-law's body. Then he looked at Su Ming and said, pack up your things and follow me back to the provincial capital. Su Ming nodded, looked at Xiu Niang with a little vigilance, and turned to pack up. Xiu Niang showed a touch of excitement on her face, stretched her waist, and walked out with a smile. Finally, I can feel this prosperous world again. I'm really looking forward to it. However, after taking 2 steps, her feet softened, and she fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly helped her up and asked, what's wrong with you? The embroiderer said, this body is too weak. It's a bit difficult to carry my nascent soul. Go find some tonics and make soup for me to drink, and everything will be fine. Lu Chuan nodded and said, I know. The embroiderer looked at Lu Chuan jokingly and asked, you care about me so much? Are you attracted by my charming temperament? Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, I just care about my sister-in-law's health. The embroiderer immediately snorted, stinky boy, don't pretend with me here. Sooner or later, I will ride on you and let you feel what is the bliss of the world. Lu Chuan ignored her, took out some medicinal herbs from the demon tower, and went to make soup. Not long after, the embroiderer drank the soup and recovered. Several people left Yuanbao village together and headed towards the provincial capital. Along the way, the embroiderer marveled at the development of the world today. No matter what she saw, she would observe it curiously. She also made a lot of jokes on the way, in order to let the embroiderer come out of Mu Nanking's body as soon as possible. Lu Chuan could only meet her various requests. Of course, these requests are nothing more than the needs of normal girls who want to experience new things. In simple terms, they buy, and buy. Now the Xuanhu Medical Clinic has a lot of money coming in every month, and Lu Chuan doesn't feel sorry for this little money. Several people came to the Jiangbai Martial Arts Association and settled down. Soon, a week passed in a blink of an eye. During this week, Lu Chuan strictly guarded against the embroiderer, staring at her all the time, and while meeting some of her requests, he was on guard against the possibility that she would do something out of line. Fortunately, the embroiderer only ate, drank and had fun this week, experiencing the luxurious life of modern society, and did not show any idea of escaping, which made Lu Chuan secretly relieved. It was just because Mu Nanking's body was a mortal body and could not bear the embroiderer's nascent soul. Lu Chuan had to make soup for her with tonics every day to replenish her body. Thinking that it was Mu Nanking's body that was being repaired anyway, Lu Chuan didn't care. During this week, Han Qingxi and Zhang Ling both came to see Lu Chuan, but because the most important thing at the moment was to deal with the matter of the embroiderer first, he sent them both back on the pretext that he had something to do. That night, Lu Chuan stood in the yard, looking at the bright moon in the sky, thinking. The embroiderer was taking a flower petal bath in the room, so Lu Chuan naturally couldn't watch her from inside. But in order to prevent the embroiderer from escaping when no one was watching, he secretly covered the entire house with his spiritual sense. It has to be said that Munan King's figure is rare in the world. After Lu Chuan's spiritual sense covered it, he would be extremely restless if he accidentally glanced at it and could only try his best to isolate the situation around the bathtub. He was thinking about whether to use the plan he had thought of before to forcibly separate the embroiderer's nascent soul from Munan King's body. Although the embroiderer promised to come out of Munan King's body after experiencing modern life, he found that the more she experienced, the more she became obsessed with normal life. He was a little worried that she would like modern life and would not want to come out of Munan King's body. If he wanted to separate them forcibly, he had already given Munan King the concentration pill, and the soul-nourishing jade was also ready. He had also learned the spell to separate the nascent soul some time ago, so he was ready. The rest was to control the embroiderer by force, have sex with her, suppress her with the power of Long Yang, and cast spells to separate her nascent soul. Lu Chuan was struggling with whether to do this. Although she had no relationship with Munan King, and sister-in-law was just a casual call, Lu Chuan felt embarrassed when he wanted to do that to her. If I really do this, what should I do if sister-in-law wakes up and blames me? Just as Lu Chuan was struggling, the embroiderer's shout came from the room. Lu Chuan, come here. Hearing this, Lu Chuan walked to the door of the room and asked, what's wrong? The embroiderer said, oh, come inside and talk. Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment, but still pushed the door open and walked in. The embroiderer sat in the bathtub, her white shoulders and collarbones exposed, her hair wet and tied up, with a few strands falling on her shoulders, looking even more charming. It must be said that the embroiderer has developed the seductiveness of Munan King's body to the extreme, and Lu Chuan was even a little afraid to stare at her for too long. What do you want to see me for? Lu Chuan turned around and asked with his back to the embroiderer. The embroiderer played with the flower petals in the tub with her jade hands and said with a smile, I've had a lot of fun recently. I think it's almost time. Why don't I get out of Munan King's body now? Hearing this, Lu Chuan turned around excitedly and asked, are you kidding? The embroiderer smiled and said, of course not. I just want to experience life with a physical body for a few days. Now that I have experienced it, there is naturally no need to occupy Munan King's body anymore. Lu Chuan said solemnly, I will make preparations now to let your nascent soul enter the soul-nurturing jade safely. Don't worry, I will definitely collect the treasures of heaven and earth as soon as possible to help you reshape your physical body. The embroiderer said, don't worry, although I have been very happy these days, I have one last request. If you can satisfy me, I will enter the soul-nurturing jade. Lu Chuan had a bad premonition in his heart. What request? The embroiderer said jokingly, what I loved most in the past was sex. I would feel uncomfortable if I didn't do it for a day. Now that I have lost my body for so many years, I have been holding it back for a long time. And helping me to reshape my body is not a matter of a day or a night. I don't know how many more years I will have to hold it back. If you agree to let me use Munan King's body to play with you, and then I will leave her body after that, how about it? After saying that, she stood up from the bathtub, water droplets slid down her flawless white skin, and a delicate body appeared in front of Lu Chuan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 334 Incident. Lu Chuan frowned and quickly looked away, saying, absolutely not, she is my sister-in-law, I can't do that kind of thing to her. The embroiderer came out of the bathtub with a smile, walked to Lu Chuan, stretched out her hand to turn his face over, and said, anyway, I'm the one who controls this body now. After we are done, if neither you nor I say anything, how could she possibly know? Lu Chuan quickly turned his head away, not looking directly at the embroiderer, and said, that won't work either. I will never do anything to let down my sister-in-law. If I really want to do it, I can suppress you and separate you at the same time. Why bother trying to please you here? The embroiderer snorted and said, a man who says one thing and thinks another. If I'm not mistaken, you like Munan very much, right? Lu Chuan immediately denied it. Nonsense. My sister-in-law is the person I respect the most in my heart, and I won't have any bad thoughts about her. The embroiderer smiled and said, really? You are a cultivator, and your strength in today's world can already rank among the superiors. And you can do so much for an ordinary woman. Is it just because of respect? Lu Chuan's eyes flickered, and he said, my sister-in-law has done me a favor, and I just want to repay her. TSK. The embroiderer curled her lips. You men are always tough on the outside. I have lived hundreds of years longer than you. Can't I see through your thoughts? I don't think you don't want to have a relationship with her. You think a lot in your heart, but you just don't dare. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. If you insist, then the conditions we agreed on before will have to be invalidated. The embroiderer looked at him, chuckled, and said, hypocrisy. But I like you like this. You. Lu Chuan clenched his fists in annoyance. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I just want to test you. If that's the case, then I will get out of your sister-in-law's body tomorrow. Is that okay? The embroiderer said jokingly. Lu Chuan was relieved, and said a little shyly, thank you. Okay, you go out. I want to put on clothes. The embroiderer said, and walked towards the clothes rack. Suddenly, her feet softened, her body leaned forward, and she accidentally bumped into the clothes rack, and fell to the ground. Lu Chuan was about to turn around and leave, but when he saw this situation, he stopped again, hesitated for a moment, and asked, do you need help? But he saw that the embroiderer frowned, and a look of pain appeared on her face. Lu Chuan noticed something was wrong, so he walked over, helped her up, and asked, what's wrong with you? The embroiderer ignored Lu Chuan. Her eyes were closed, and the expression on her face changed several times. Then she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of confusion. She saw Lu Chuan and called softly, Xiaochuan. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, then tentatively asked, sister-in-law? It's me. Munan replied, then looked around, and found herself leaning naked in Lu Chuan's arms. She suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and asked timidly, why am I not wearing any clothes? Xiaochuan, are you going to do anything to me? Lu Chuan reacted, and quickly picked up Munan, put her on the bed, stretched out his hand to pull the quilt, and wrapped her body up. He stared at Munan and asked, sister-in-law, is it really you now? Munan nodded and said, I don't know what happened. I always felt like I had a very long dream, and then I suddenly felt something hit me, and woke me up. Lu Chuan guessed that maybe the embroiderer had hit her head just now and accidentally lost the suppression of Munan soul, causing Munan to wake up and regain control of his body. Xiaochuan, what's wrong with me? Munan asked. Lu Chuan explained, Qinlan learned some evil methods from somewhere and wanted to attack you. She accidentally awakened the embroiderer's nascent soul and took control of your body. She accidentally fell and hit her head on the clothes hanger just now. Maybe this collision woke you up and allowed you to regain control of your body. Sister-in-law, how do you feel now? Munan nodded thoughtfully, understood what was going on, and said, I feel very good now, and I can't feel the soul of the embroiderer. She may have fallen asleep again. It's just. As she said this, she lowered her head shyly. Lu Chuan asked quickly, just what? Munan said shyly, I don't know why. I feel my body has become so sensitive, and the idea in my heart has become so strong. I want to do that kind of thing. Lu Chuan frowned and murmured in his heart, could it be that, because the embroiderer has been holding back for hundreds of years, after controlling my sister-in-law's body, she has stimulated her desire? He thought for a while and said, this is not a serious problem, sister-in-law. You wait here first. I will go and make you a bowl of heat removing medicine. You will be fine after you drink it. He was about to get up, but was grabbed by Munan. Munan looked at Lu Chuan with autumn water in her eyes and said, Xiaochuan, otherwise, don't remove the heat for me. I want to do that kind of thing with you. After that, she threw herself into Lu Chuan's arms with a red face. Lu Chuan was shocked, and his body was straight. Sister-in-law, you. Munan said shyly, Xiaochuan, I won't pretend with you anymore. After this incident, I have thought it through. If I don't say a lot of things now, I may not have the chance to say them in the future. I like you. I have liked you for a long time, and I can also feel that you like me. That embroiderer is in my body, and I don't know when she will suppress me again, so I don't want to wait anymore. I want to give myself to you. I don't want this to become my regret. Xiao Chuan, can you just help me? Lu Chuan's mind was in a mess. He didn't expect that Mu Nanking would confess to him directly after waking up, which made him a little overwhelmed. Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't speak, Mu Nanking raised her head and looked at him and asked, Xiao Chuan, why don't you speak? Don't you like me? Lu Chuan didn't know how to answer. Mu Nanking blocked Lu Chuan's mouth with his fingers and said, you don't have to answer. I will assume that you like me. I don't know when the embroiderer will control my body again, so let's not waste time and enjoy this beautiful night together, okay? Lu Chuan didn't speak. Seeing this, Mu Nanking raised an arc at the corner of his mouth, then stretched out his arms to hug his neck and kissed him. The Langyang power in Lu Chuan's body suddenly became irritable. He didn't expect Mu Nanking's kissing skills to be so superb that he couldn't stop at once. Otherwise, I should agree to my sister-in-law. She has taken the initiative. If I refuse her at this time, won't it make her very sad? Then should I take this opportunity to suppress the embroiderer's nascent soul? But I have already promised the embroiderer to let her come out of my sister-in-law's body on her own. If I do this now, will it be a bit dishonest? Countless thoughts appeared in Lu Chuan's mind, but they were soon covered by the soft and slippery touch. His hands hugged Mu Nanking's body uncontrollably. Xiao Chuan, don't suppress yourself anymore. I like you too. Love me well. I won't blame you. Mu Nanking said gently. Lu Chuan almost sank, but when he heard what Mu Nanking said, he suddenly got a start and pushed her away immediately. You are the embroiderer. You are not my sister-in-law at all. You are lying to me. Lu Chuan exclaimed. Mu Nanking was puzzled and said, I'm your sister-in-law. Xiao Chuan, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to do that kind of thing with me? Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, don't pretend. What you said just now is obviously to induce me, but my sister-in-law would never say such a thing. You deliberately pretended to be my sister-in-law to deceive me. The puzzlement on Mu Nanking's face gradually disappeared and turned into a playful look and said lightly, I didn't expect you to see through it, but you really spoiled the fun. It was obviously started, but you suddenly stopped. You made me feel very uncomfortable. She is indeed still the embroiderer, and everything just now was directed and acted by her. Lu Chuan's face became extremely gloomy, and he said, do you think this is fun? In fact, when Mu Nanking just woke up, he had some doubts in his heart, because after he said that it was Qinlan who woke up the embroiderer, Mu Nanking didn't react at all. In Mu Nanking's memory, Qinlan should have been dead. Hearing this name again, he would definitely be surprised and ask why this person appeared again. But after hearing this, Mu Nanking didn't react at all. At first, Lu Chuan thought she had just woken up and didn't have time to think about many things. But when he heard her words that were full of inducement that only an embroiderer would say, Lu Chuan realized that he had been fooled. The embroiderer looked at Lu Chuan with a smile and said, it's fun. At least it proves that you really like your sister-in-law, doesn't it? Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, stop talking nonsense here. You really annoy me. I won't be polite to you anymore. The embroiderer showed an innocent expression and said, I'm just telling the truth. Does my sister-in-law's saliva taste good? Lu Chuan clenched his fists in anger and said, my patience is limited. The embroiderer covered her mouth and giggled. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Don't take it so seriously. Nothing happened. It was just a kiss. I promised to come out of your sister-in-law's body tomorrow. Isn't that enough? Lu Chuan calmed down a little and said, since you said so, please do what you say. The embroiderer smiled and said, don't worry, I'm also a nascent soul expert. I still have some credibility. By the way, where is your soul nourishing jade? Take it out and let me see it. I want to confirm if it can withstand my nascent soul. Lu Chuan took out the soul nourishing jade and handed it to the embroiderer. The embroiderer took it, observed it carefully for a while, nodded with satisfaction and said, "It is a precious jade, and it contains great power, enough for me to recover some of my strength." Lu Chuan said, "This jade is not used to restore your strength, but to preserve your nascent soul. If you absorb its power, I can't make your nascent soul immortal." The embroiderer smiled evilly and said, "Isn't there still your sister-in-law's body?" Lu Chuan's face changed, turned his head to look at the embroiderer, and asked, "What do you mean?" The embroiderer smiled and snapped her fingers, saying, "Stinky boy, you were deceived by me. From the beginning, I didn't plan to get out of your sister-in-law's body." Lu Chuan's pupils shrank, and he was about to use his strength to control the embroiderer. But the next second, he suddenly felt weak all over, and he couldn't use any of the power in his body, and fell directly to the ground. Chapter 335 Desperate Lu Chuan. The embroiderer looked at Lu Chuan falling, and showed a satisfied expression. Then she took a long skirt from the side, and put it on. She squatted in front of Lu Chuan, stroked his face with a smile, and said, "It's a pity that your body and strength have been sealed by my magic, otherwise I would have favored you once before leaving." Lu Chuan fell to the ground, looked at the embroiderer in disbelief, and asked, "Your strength is obviously exhausted, why can you still cast magic on me?" The embroiderer smiled and said, "Have you forgotten that I have been drinking the tonic soup you made for me all this time? Although my strength is exhausted, and I can't cast any magic, it doesn't mean that Munanking can't. The herbs you used to make the tonic soup contain rich spiritual energy. After her body drank it, even if there was no guidance and refining of the exercises, it would accumulate in the body. I relied on these spiritual energies to activate the magic, and when I kissed you just now, I cast it on you. How about it? Isn't my method ingenious?" Lu Chuan said, "But I didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations just now. If you really cast a spell, I would have sensed it." The embroiderer smiled and said, "There are all kinds of magic spells in this world, and there are all kinds of ways to activate them. How can you know them all? If I don't even have this little trick, wouldn't it be in vain that I have reached the nascent soul stage for so many years?" Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, "But you have promised me that you will leave my sister-in-law's body, and I also promised to help you reshape your body. Why do you go back on your word?" The embroiderer stood up and said lightly, "The reason I agreed to you was just to trick this soul-nourishing jade into my hands. In this era, spiritual energy is exhausted, and spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are scarce, let alone finding treasures that can reshape the body. If I really promise you, I will be trapped in an indefinite wait. I've had enough of this feeling. And it was because I believed in men back then that my body was destroyed, and I could only rely on the nascent soul to survive. Do you think I will easily trust others?" Lu Chuan said quickly, "I can swear an oath to heaven." The embroiderer sneered and said, "Heavenly oath. Because of your promise, I have to continue to endure loneliness for dozens or hundreds of years. If it were you, do you think it's worth it? Don't worry, for the sake of this soul-nourishing jade, I won't kill you. The spell on you will automatically become invalid after 3 hours, but by that time I will have left here and gone to a place you will never find." She looked at the soul-nourishing jade in her hand and said expectantly, "As long as I absorb the power in this soul-nourishing jade and restore the power of the nascent soul, I can break the protection of the pill you gave Munanking and take it away. When we meet next time, this body will belong to me completely, but if you want, I can continue to be your sister-in-law, and it's a more taboo one." After saying that, she didn't waste any more time and turned to leave here. "Stop right there," Lu Chuan roared. However, his body couldn't move, and he could only watch the embroiderer leave. 3 hours later, the power in Lu Chuan's body was restored, and he quickly stood up and rushed out. He called Zhao Beicheng, Su Ming and others, and asked them to take the people of the Martial Arts Association out to find the whereabouts of the embroidered lady. He also looked for the places where the embroidered lady might go, and opened his spiritual sense to the maximum, trying not to miss any corner. However, after a night of searching, the embroidered lady seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and there was no trace of her anywhere. In the early morning, in the Martial Arts Association, Lu Chuan's eyes were red, and he walked to the steps at the door in a lost state and sat down. Su Ming looked at Lu Chuan like this, and felt a little bit reluctant. He stepped forward to comfort him and said, "Brother, even if we can't find the whereabouts of the embroidered lady now, she may not really be able to take over my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is blessed with a long life and will definitely survive." When Lu Chuan heard this, a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, with the protection of the soul condensing pill, even if the embroidered lady ran away, she would not be able to take over Munan King's body. But the soul nurturing jade also fell into the hands of the embroidered lady. As long as she used the soul nurturing jade to restore the power of the nascent soul, it would only be a matter of time before she took over Munan King's body. He felt extremely guilty, thinking that it was because he trusted the embroiderer too much that the current situation occurred. If he had been more resolute at that time and forcibly separated the embroiderer's nascent soul, Munan King would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Somewhere in the deep mountains and old forests, where few people go, in the dense forest, the embroiderer sat cross-legged on a stone, her eyes closed, her hands twisted, and a terrifying aura surrounded her body. The soul-nourishing jade was suspended in front of her, continuously releasing power and injecting it into her mind. After a long time, the embroiderer opened her eyes and then slapped the big trees next to her. The terrifying power exploded, and the big trees collapsed, and a hideous and terrifying pit appeared on the ground. She took the soul-nourishing jade into her hand, jumped off the stone, and showed an excited smile on her face. The feeling of having power is really exciting. Although it is far from my peak, it is enough for me to support my plan to possess Munan King's body. Without hesitation, the embroiderer immediately looked inward and began to use means to break the protection of the soul condensing pill on Munan King's soul. Although she was confident that she would not be found by Lu Chuan, she would not be at peace until she possessed the body. Therefore, after she recovered some of her strength with the soul-nourishing jade, she could not wait to possess Munan King's body. Soon, the protective effect of the soul-condensing pill was completely broken. The embroiderer sneered and said, "You can disappear from this world with peace of mind. From now on, I will take your body to feel the beauty of this world, and I will never treat this body unfairly. As for Lu Chuan, when my strength recovers, I will love him well for you." She did not hesitate at all, and immediately began to erode Munan King's soul. However, at this moment, a terrifying force broke out from Munan King's soul, resisting the embroiderer's erosion. Then the embroiderer heard Munan King's voice, "Xiao Chuan is mine. Why do you love him for me? If I just disappear from this world, Xiao Chuan will be very sad. I will never let you take over my body." The embroiderer couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that after the effect of the soul condensing pill was broken, Munan King's soul could still burst out with such a terrifying and pure power. She felt this power and found that this power came from the depths of Munan King's soul. Its terrifying level was so great that even she, at her peak, couldn't take over his body. How is this possible? Chapter 336 Sister-in-law is still alive. Munan King snorted and said, "How can this be impossible? You don't know how deep my feelings for Xiao Chuan are. It must be that God saw my obsession and helped me resist your possession. Don't waste your time. You can't take my body away." She didn't know what was going on. When the embroiderer controlled her body, she actually remained awake and could feel everything that the embroiderer felt, but she couldn't communicate with the outside world, so she could only worry. But when the embroiderer said that she would love Lu Chuan well on her behalf, a force suddenly broke out in her soul, giving her the capital to compete with the embroiderer's nascent soul. She didn't know where this force came from, but it was certain that with this force, the embroiderer would never be able to take her body away. The embroiderer was shocked for a long time, then snorted coldly, "Even if you have this power to protect you, you can't control this power at all. I can still suppress you and take control of your body. As long as I control your body for one day, you will never see Lu Chuan again." Munan King snorted, "As long as I'm not possessed by you, Xiao Chuan will come to save me one day. And you just said that I can't control this power. If I control this power, can't I suppress you in turn?" The embroiderer's face changed, and she said anxiously, "You are just an ordinary person. You will never find a way to master this power. Mu Nanking sneered and said, "Seeing how anxious you are, it seems that I really have hope of mastering this power. You shouldn't have lied to Xiaochuan. If you had honestly followed the agreement, Xiaochuan could have helped you reshape your body, but you lied to him. When you see him next time, he will definitely not let you go." The embroiderer said angrily, "No matter what, I'm also a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Now my strength has recovered a little. Even if I don't possess you, I can still practice with your body. Before Luchuan comes, I will definitely find a way to possess you." Mu Nanking snorted and said, "I will definitely find a way to control this power." Luchuan sat on the steps for 3 days, and the whole person became extremely decadent. No matter who came to persuade him, he seemed to be isolated from the world, and did not respond at all. Zhao Beicheng thought that this was a way for Luchuan to vent his inner grief, so he ordered everyone not to disturb Luchuan, and he would naturally recover after the pain in his heart was over. Just when Luchuan was still immersed in grief and despair, a wave of power suddenly appeared in the room. Luchuan, who was as motionless as a stone, immediately raised his head after feeling this power, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He could feel that the power came from the room where the embroiderer was before. This power seems a little familiar. Luchuan stood up and walked into the room. He saw a purple crystal pendant on the table. It was the purple crystal pendant he had given to Mu Nanking. The embroiderer took off the pendant when she took a bath last night and did not take it with her when she left. At this time, the purple crystal pendant was emitting a faint purple light. It released a power out of thin air, which seemed a little weird. Luchuan walked over and picked up the pendant and then felt the power that appeared in the pendant. The next second, he heard Mu Nanking's voice. "Xiaochuan, I was not possessed by the embroiderer. I'm still alive. I don't know what happened. Anyway, the embroiderer can only control my body now and can't possess me. Don't worry about me. If I have a chance to suppress the embroiderer in the future, I will contact you as soon as possible. Don't be stupid, because I was taken away by the embroiderer. You have to be well. I'm still waiting for you to save me." After hearing this voice, Luchuan's eyes suddenly burst into brilliance. Sister-in-law is still alive. He became extremely excited and immediately wanted to contact Mu Nanking through the amethyst pendant, but after trying several times, he did not get any response. Although he did not know what happened, through the information Mu Nanking passed to him, he speculated that something must have happened in the process of Xiaochuan taking over Mu Nanking's body, which led to the failure of the possession. And Mu Nanking could actually transmit information through the amethyst pendant, which made Luchuan a little confused. After all, Mu Nanking was just an ordinary person, and it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Something unexpected must have happened in the middle. After Luchuan gave the amethyst pendant to Mu Nanking always wore it close to his body, whether sleeping or bathing, and never took it off. The material used to make the amethyst pendant is spiritual, and this amethyst pendant has been regarded as a magical instrument. After being nurtured by Mu Nanking, some mysterious connection has been formed between the two. Therefore, she was able to pass the message to Luchuan through the amethyst pendant, but because she could not control the power that emerged from her soul, she could not continue to contact Luchuan. After passing the message, Luchuan could judge the condition of Mu Nanking through the status of the amethyst pendant. At least for now, Mu Nanking is still alive and has a very strong vitality. He tried to locate Mu Nanking's position through the amethyst pendant, but was disturbed. It should be that the embroiderer cast a spell on himself to prevent being located. As long as my sister-in-law is still alive, everything is still hopeful. The embroiderer failed to seize the body this time. In the short term, my sister-in-law should be fine, but I can't contact her, so I can't know her exact location. But she can contact me through the amethyst pendant this time. There will definitely be a next time. I can't be decadent, otherwise the next time my sister-in-law contacts me, if I'm still immersed in self-blame and miss the opportunity to save my sister-in-law, that would be truly unforgivable. Luchuan's eyes rekindled his fighting spirit. Although he can't find Mu Nanking's whereabouts now, he can't do nothing all day. Xiaochuan is a Yuanying stage strongman anyway, so he must improve his strength, so that when Mu Nanking contacts him in the future, he will have the confidence to rescue King. What's more, the Great Elder is still watching secretly, and if he continues to be decadent, it will only give the Great Elder an opportunity to kill. After taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan solemnly put away the purple crystal pendant. He narrowed his eyes, bursting with murderous aura, and muttered, "My sister-in-law's crisis this time was caused by Kinlan. In this case, I will go and kill this woman who should have gone to hell long ago, and avenge my sister-in-law." Chapter 337 Kinlan's Death. Supervisory Department. Zhang Linga sat on the steps at the door, hugging her knees with her hands, looking a little depressed. Ever since she got angry at Lu Chuan for no reason last time, she has been blaming herself. Later, she went to find Lu Chuan once, but was turned away. This made her feel that Lu Chuan must hate her, and she felt regretful and self-blaming. Why did I say such annoying words at that time? I'm really mad at myself. Just as she was deeply reflecting on herself, two legs came into her sight. She looked up and found that the person coming was Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan. Zhang Linga quickly stood up and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I was crazy last time, and said that to you. I didn't mean that. Please don't hate me, okay?" Lu Chuan looked at Zhang Linga's self-blaming expression, smiled and said, "You don't have to blame yourself so much. The reason why you lost control last time was that you were bewitched by someone else. I know that you said those words when you were bewitched. Of course, I won't blame you." Zhang Linga showed a trace of doubt. "Bewitched by someone else?" Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, that person is Kinlan. She has a grudge against me. She bewitched you just to cause trouble for me. I also wondered why you were so hysterical that day. Later, when I found out that it was all Kinlan's doing, I realized that you must have been inadvertently controlled by her emotions with her bewitching technique." After hearing this explanation, Zhang Linga suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she felt that her emotions were somewhat out of control that day, and then she wondered why she suddenly went crazy. It turned out that someone had bewitched her secretly. After she knew that Lu Chuan did not blame her, she smiled again, and then hugged Lu Chuan and said, "I thought you hated me because of what happened that day. I couldn't eat or sleep during this period. Now I hear you say this, I feel like I'm alive again." Lu Chuan sighed. Now he didn't want to deal with these romantic matters. He said seriously, "Linga, I came to you today to use the residual power of the bewitching spell that Kinlan cast on you to track her location, so that I can take revenge on her." "You don't hug me first. In the inherited memory, there is a means of tracking the location of the person who cast the spell by relying on the residual power of the spell. Of course, this method is only effective for low-level practitioners. Although Kinlan has a Taoist practice, she is ultimately just a low-level person, so this method is naturally effective for her." Hearing this, Zhang Linga quickly let go of Lu Chuan and said seriously, "Whatever you need me to do, I will definitely cooperate." Lu Chuan said, "Just stand there and don't move." Then he twisted his hands and began to absorb the residual power of Kinlan's bewitching technique on Zhang Linga. Then he quickly determined Kinlan's location with these residual powers. Because this method can only be used once to locate others, Lu Chuan was worried that Kinlan would change her position before he found her, so he said to Zhang Linga, "I'm going to find Kinlan for revenge now, and there is no time to delay. You and Kingxi, it's better to live in peace. Becoming enemies is not a good thing for both of you." After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Linga stood there and thought seriously about what Lu Chuan said. In fact, she has been thinking about what happened between her and Han Kingxi during this period. She found that the reason why she regarded Han Kingxi as an enemy was because she fell into the thinking error of monogamy in modern society. If you assume that Lu Chuan will marry many wives in the future, then everything will be clear. Although she also hoped to monopolize Lu Chuan, she knew in her heart that a man like Lu Chuan would never have only one woman in his life. This can be seen from the fact that she and Han Kingxi both fell in love with this man. So if she changed her mindset, she and Kingxi would share a husband in the future. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? Moreover, she and Kingxi liked each other in the past. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the three of them could live happily together? Now after hearing Lu Chuan's words, she became more determined. It seems that I have to talk to Kingsley. Thinking of this, Zhang Ling rushed to the Han family. A few days later, in a county town at the junction of Jiangbai province and Chai'an province, in a courtyard in a village in the city, Lu Chuan stood on the wall, his eyes falling on the window of the room below. In the room, Qinlan was being pressed down by a fat man covered in fat, and he was shouting some vulgar words in coordination. Lu Chuan looked at this scene with disgust. He had never thought that the woman he had pursued wholeheartedly would become like this. After confirming Qinlan's location that day with the remaining power of Zonglinger, he found the whereabouts of this woman. However, at that time, Qinlan was with a man who exuded a gloomy aura. Lu Chuan immediately felt that the man was a cultivator, and his strength was far above his own. It was very likely that he had entered the nascent soul stage. He did not expect that the master Qinlan mentioned would be so terrifying. At the same time, he also wanted to understand why Qinlan, who was ordinary in the past, could become what he is today. At that time, the man noticed the abnormality and used his spiritual sense to observe the surroundings and investigate the situation. Fortunately, Lu Chuan had already mastered a method of isolating spiritual sense from the inherited memory. Otherwise, once exposed at that time, facing a nascent soul cultivator, he would surely die. In the next few days, Lu Chuan had been secretly following the two, thinking about whether he could find an opportunity to kill Qinlan under the nose of the nascent soul master. He observed that the two seemed to be looking for something. Moreover, something that subverted his three views happened during this period. The Yuanying master would often look for targets for Qinlan in addition to looking for things, usually some uneducated and low-class people, and then order Qinlan to seduce them and find ways to have sex with them. At this time, the Yuanying master would hide in the dark and observe. Seeing Qinlan being ravaged, he would show an excited and satisfied expression. Lu Chuan was a little speechless about the habit of this Yuanying master, but the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. He didn't care who this Yuanying master was. After all, his target was only Qinlan. His plan was to kill Qinlan without being targeted by the Yuanying master. Finally, this afternoon, the Yuanying master seemed to have found the clues of what he wanted to find. Because he was worried that Qinlan would become a burden, he rushed to the deep mountains and old forests alone, which created an opportunity for Lu Chuan. As long as there was no protection from the Yuanying master, he wanted to kill Qinlan, but it was like killing a chicken. What he didn't expect was that Qinlan seemed to like that perverted feeling. After the Yuanying stage master left, she secretly found a dirty and smelly fat man, offered herself, and was extremely immersed in it. Lu Chuan felt disgusted and didn't want to take action at this time. Besides, he still had something to ask Qinlan, so he had to wait outside. After a long time, the two people in the room finished their business. Qinlan left the room with satisfaction and walked out of the courtyard. She turned into an alley, intending to take a shortcut back to her and Tu Yaoming's temporary residence, waiting for Tu Yaoming's dispatch. Today, Tu Yaoming said that he had found the whereabouts of the sacred fire. In order to prevent accidents, he asked her to stay here as a backup. Once she received the news, she had to rush to help immediately. At that time, she really couldn't help it, so she found the fat man to vent. Just as she was walking in the alley, a sneer suddenly came from behind her. "I didn't expect you to become so tasteful. Are you excited by the insults from those despicable people?" Qinlan was shocked and quickly gathered strength in her hands. She turned around and looked behind her, shouting, "Who is it?" A figure walked out of the darkness. After Qinlan saw the face of the figure clearly in the moonlight, her face suddenly changed. "Lu Chuan, how could you find this place?" Lu Chuan said coldly, "You have put my sister-in-law in danger. Do you think I will just let it go?" Qinlan's face was full of tension, and she said with a stiff upper lip, "Even if you come here, don't even think about touching me. My master is nearby. His strength is beyond your imagination. I have also contacted him through the communication device, and he will be here soon. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "Do you think I will be fooled by you? Let me tell you, I have been secretly following you for a few days. Your master is indeed powerful, and I'm not his opponent, but he has now entered the deep mountains and forests. You want him to save you? I'm afraid it's a fantasy. Kinlan's face turned extremely pale in an instant. She didn't expect that her lies would be exposed so easily. Luchuan, let's talk it out nicely, for the sake of our past together. Before she could finish her words, Luchuan grabbed her neck and pressed her against the wall. Don't mention the past to me. I feel sick when I think about how I would have worked so hard for a cheap woman like you. Tell me, where is your master's origin? Kinlan's face was full of horror, and she didn't dare to hide it at all, so she quickly said, his name is Tu Yaoming, he is a wandering immortal, and he is very powerful. As for his origins, I don't know. Luchuan asked again, what have you been looking for all this time? Kinlan said, the master only told me that he is looking for a ball of divine fire. It is said that this ball of divine fire has an incomparably terrifying power. Whoever obtains the divine fire will not only greatly increase his strength, and if he can use the divine fire for his own use, it is equivalent to owning a killing weapon comparable to a divine weapon. As for the rest, I don't know. Luchuan became a little interested in the divine fire, but at present he can't compete with the Yuanying stage masters, so he doesn't intend to get involved in this matter. He just wanted to kill Kinlan and avenge his sister-in-law. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. Kinlan begged. Luchuan snorted coldly. Let you go, and let you find another chance to harm the people around me? Kinlan, you can live so long. It's already God's favor to you. You should be content. As soon as the voice fell, he didn't hesitate at all, and directly strangled Kinlan's neck, and then released a force to wrap Kinlan's body. After snapping his fingers, Kinlan's body burned with a raging fire, and it was burned clean in the blink of an eye. A stone that was not afraid of fire fell to the ground. Luchuan picked it up, observed it, and found that it was a communication device. He didn't want Tu Yaoming to know that he killed Kinlan, so he planned to destroy the communication device. At this moment, the stone suddenly glowed. Then Luchuan received a location with a message. I'm in some trouble. Someone is competing with me for the divine fire. Come and help me. Chapter 338 Sun God Fire. Looking at this message, Luchuan smiled and murmured, she has turned into ash. She can't help you now. Then he was going to destroy the communication device. But then he thought about it, and an idea came to his mind. Although Kinlan has some skills, it is nothing to a Yuanying stage master. Tu Yaoming sent a message to Kinlan and asked her to come over to help. It only means that he encountered an evenly matched opponent and needed a variable to change the situation. This also means that the two parties fighting for the so-called divine fire are in a stalemate. Then if I sneak over, wouldn't there be a certain chance that I can take advantage of their unpreparedness and grab the divine fire? As soon as this idea came up, Luchuan suddenly became a little excited. This kind of thing of secretly running to pick the peaches that others have been looking for a long time sounds very exciting, and once successful, it will get the highest return at the lowest cost. Now that the Yunji Ui sect has been wiped out by Luchuan, and the Chief Elder's minions have almost been pulled out by Luchuan, the Chief Elder will definitely not be able to swallow this breath, and he will probably come to Luchuan in person soon. Because of his sister-in-law's matter before, he couldn't consider his own safety, but now he must consider this matter. Now his strength is not enough to compete with the Chief Elder. Once the Chief Elder comes, he will fall into a very passive situation. Therefore, it is still a very urgent matter to improve his strength as soon as possible. According to Kinlan's description, this so-called divine fire has a high probability of making Luchuan's strength soar, and at the same time, he can also harvest a terrifying killing weapon. Thinking of this, Luchuan must be lying if he says he is not tempted. But the risks to be taken by doing so will also increase exponentially. Although he doesn't know how strong the Chief Elder is, in Luchuan's cognition, the Chief Elder is definitely not as good as a Yuanying stage practitioner. And once he starts to grab the divine fire, he will not only face Tu Yaoming's pursuit, but also be targeted by those who robbed Tu Yaoming of the divine fire. By then, even if he relied on the divine fire to improve his strength and had the capital to compete with the Great Elder, he would still have to face two Yuanying stage masters at the same time, which sounded a bit unprofitable. Just when he was struggling, Su Ming called, "Brother, these 2 days, People from Xuanzang have been asking about you. I used my previous connections in Xuanzang to find out and learned that the Great Elder has left Xuanzang. I'm worried that he is coming for you. You should not go back to the provincial capital for the time being. Although the Great Elder is hypocritical, he has the identity of the Great Elder of Xuanzang after all. Even if he wants to kill you again, he will not attack the people around you to save face, so you don't have to worry about us. After listening, Lu Chuan frowned and replied, I know. After hanging up the phone, his expression became more solemn. It seems that the Great Elder can't hold back anymore. If I fall into his hands this time, I'm afraid there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Then he glanced at the communication magic weapon in his hand, and his eyes suddenly became firm. Let's go over there secretly first, just in case I can grab the divine fire without being targeted by them. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan immediately rushed to the location of the communication device. An hour later, in a valley in a remote mountain, Tu Yaoming, dressed in a black robe, was fighting with two girls with stunning looks. The two girls were none other than the sisters Guzayadora and Guzayadasang. The battle between the three people was earth-shattering, and the power that escaped casually blew up deep pits everywhere on the ground. This level of battle has reached the point of landslides and cracks. If this was not a deserted mountain, the noise of the three people's battle would have attracted the people from the supervision department. Not far from the area where the three people fought, there was a deep pool. There was no water in the deep pool. What was surging inside was all boiling magma. At this time, the temperature in the mountain should be only a dozen degrees under normal circumstances, but because of the existence of this magma pool, the temperature in this valley was as high as 30 degrees. In the center of the lava pool, there is a red-hot but unmelted stone. Above the stone, a cluster of small flames are jumping happily. After Tu Yaoming took the joint attack from the two sisters, he said with a gloomy face, although the divine fire has been born, it is impossible to take it away without a specific method. Otherwise, even people with our cultivation level will be burned to ashes if they get close to the divine fire without care. I don't have a way to take the divine fire, and neither do you. Why don't we stop and study how to take the divine fire? Whoever has the ability to take it will get the divine fire. How about it? Guzayadorao, who was in a combat state, had a cold face and shouted, let's get rid of you first. You are in the way, and it won't be too late to find a way to take the divine fire away. Guzayadasang echoed, that's right, we discovered the divine fire first. If you want to take it, you must get past us first. Tu Yaoming cursed inwardly and shouted, in that case, don't blame me for not being gentle with women. It just so happens that I'm tired of Kinlan. If I can train you to be my bitches, that will be real happiness. Guzayadora and Guzayadasang both snorted coldly, and without any nonsense, they joined forces again to attack Tu Yaoming. While the two sides were fighting fiercely, Lu Chuan came here quietly. He glanced at the three people fighting not far away, and when he saw Guzayadasang's figure, his face showed deep surprise. It's her. He observed Guzayadora again. In his impression, this woman seemed to have appeared in the crowd when Guzayadasang pretended to be poisoned. It seems that the two of them should have a close relationship. From their somewhat similar eyebrows, it can be judged that they should be sisters. Although the strength of these two sisters is strong, they do not look like practitioners. If I guess correctly, they should be on the road of martial arts, and their realm should be above the Xuan realm. From the fact that the two of them can compete with Tu Yaoming in the Yuanying period, it can be judged that the strength and realm of these two sisters should not be underestimated. This woman sealed my Danshan and sent me to the Yunji Ui sect. If I hadn't been so lucky, I would have died in the hands of the Yunji Ui sect. Now if I help Tu Yaoming deal with them, I might be able to avenge my past. Of course, this idea was just a thought. After all, Tu Yaoming was not a good guy, and Lu Chuan would not help him. Moreover, the strength of both sides was equal, which was a good thing for Lu Chuan. His eyes fell on the jumping flame in the center of the magma pool, and he murmured, is this the so-called divine fire? Although it looked very ordinary, Lu Chuan believed that this divine fire was extraordinary because he just tried to observe the flame with his divine sense, but as soon as he approached, that part of his divine sense was burned. Needless to say, how terrible a flame that can burn even divine senses. From what they said just now, even a Yuan stage expert can't take this divine fire away by force. You have to use a specific method, otherwise you will be burned to death by the divine fire. Then I came here in vain. At this time, the voice of the tower spirit suddenly sounded. They can't take it away, but you have it. Lu Chuan was a little surprised. I have it? Where can I get it? The tower spirit said. Have you forgotten the copper piece you got from Yang Zhangzi? Lu Chuan was slightly stunned when he heard it, and then he took out the copper piece with a flip of his hand. At this time, the copper piece was emitting a flickering light, obviously inducing the small flame not far away. Lu Chuan did not forget this copper piece, but Yan Zhangzi's last words said that this copper piece involved clues to the true fire of the sun. Although Tu Yaoming also called the flames in the magma pool divine fire, Lu Chuan did not connect the two together. Now after the tower spirit's reminder, he reacted instantly. Is the small flame over there the sun divine fire? Lu Chuan said in surprise. The tower spirit said, yes, the sun god fire is one of the 10 original divine fires. It has the characteristic of burning everything. Whether it is a tangible object or an intangible spiritual power, the sun god fire can burn it all. It is extremely powerful. The fire in the magma pool over there is the fire of the sun god fire. If you can swallow it, not only will your strength soar, but you can also use the sun god fire to cause unexpected damage to the enemy in battle. Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly showed a touch of heat. The light of the sun god fire sounded very powerful. If he could really get it, why would he still be afraid of the elder? Doesn't this copper sheet only record the clues of the birth of the divine fire? Now that we have found where the divine fire is, what else is it for? Lu Chuan asked. The tower spirit said, try to inject your power into it. Lu Chuan immediately did as he was told and injected a force into the copper sheet. The next second, the copper sheet immediately turned into a ball of strange power, wrapping Lu Chuan's whole body. With this layer of power wrapped around you, you don't have to come here and be burned to ashes by the divine fire. This copper piece is a disposable item, and it can only last for a quarter of an hour. You must get the fire of the sun god fire as soon as possible, otherwise you will miss this opportunity. It will be difficult to encounter this kind of fire in the future. The tower spirit explained lightly. Lu Chuan's face changed and said, why didn't you tell me earlier? Aren't you forcing me to get the fire? The tower spirit said, why? Are you the kind of guy who will return empty-handed? I'm just helping you. Hurry up and act. If you delay any more, you will have no chance. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and didn't dare to delay any further. He observed the 3 Tu Yaoming who were fighting fiercely again. After confirming that the 3 of them did not notice his arrival, he quietly went around to the magma pool. He took a deep breath, knowing that once he went to get the fire, he would definitely be discovered by Tu Yaoming and the other 2, so he had to get the fire at lightning speed and then quickly run away. Without further hesitation, Lu Chuan mobilized all his strength, exerted force on his feet, and with a bang, his body rushed directly to the center of the magma pool, right on top of the fire. With the protective layer, made of copper sheets, he was not burned to ashes by the power of the fire. After confirming that the protective layer on his body was really effective, Lu Chuan quickly reached out and took the red-hot stone, and then put it into the storage space of the demon suppression tower. This was the method the tower spirit told him. The red-hot stone was the best container for the fire of the sun god fire. If you take away the stone, you can take away the fire. Of course, the premise is that you can withstand the high temperature of the stone. If there was no protection from the copper sheet, Lu Chuan would have turned to ashes the moment he reached out. Tu Yaoming, Gu Xiaorao and Gu Xiaorao all noticed this change and turned their heads to look towards the magma pool. When Gu Xiaorao and Gu Xiaosang saw that the fire had been taken away by someone they knew, they both showed an expression of disbelief and shouted almost in unison, Lu Chuan. Chapter 339, Conditions for Devouring the Divine Fire. Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly at the 2 sisters, cursing in his heart. Why are you calling my name? That way Tu Yaoming will know who I am. Without any hesitation, he put the fire of the sun's true fire into the demon suppressing tower and quickly applied his spiritual power to his feet, allowing himself to gain leverage in the air. Then, with a fierce kick, his figure quickly rushed away. He landed on the ground without even turning his head and ran away. All the strength in his body was applied to his feet, and he ran so fast that after images appeared, Gu Xiaorao, Gu Xiaosang and Tu Yaoming were all stunned for a moment before they reacted. After looking at each other, they quickly chased in the direction where Lu Chuan fled. "Is that kid yours?" Tu Yaoming glanced at Gu Xiaorao while chasing. Gu Xiaorao was stunned when she heard this, and then she seemed to react and said, "Yes, he is one of us. Why are we chasing him?" She turned her head to look at Gu Xiaosang and said, "Xiaosang, stop this guy and help Lu Chuan escape with all your strength." Gu Xiaosang glared and said, "Sister, the divine fire cannot fall into Lu Chuan's hands." Gu Xiaorao said, "He is one of us, and he has mastered the method of taking away the divine fire. If the divine fire falls into his hands, it is equivalent to falling into our hands. When the time comes, we can go to him to borrow the divine fire to use." After that, she slapped Tu Yaoming with all her strength to stop Tu Yaoming from chasing Lu Chuan. Gu Xiaosang was full of guilt. Judging from the situation that she had cheated Lu Chuan in the past, the possibility that this guy would lend them the divine fire was very small. But she didn't dare to tell Gu Xiaorao about this. And Gu Xiaorao had already taken action against Tu Yaoming. She had no choice but to stop Tu Yaoming together. Tu Yaoming's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he cursed. "The divine fire is extremely precious. Since that kid has mastered the method of taking the divine fire, he must know its value. If you let him escape like this, you will end up with nothing." Gu Xiaorao snorted coldly and said, "It will only be you who will end up with nothing. We are looking for the divine fire, just to use it to solve some troubles. At that time, he only needs to lend it to me. Now we help him stop you. For this face, he will also lend it to me." Tu Yaoming frowned. "How can you be so sure that he will lend you the divine fire?" Gu Xiaorao said, "Because I'm his fiancé." Tu Yaoming was stunned and speechless. Gu Xiaosang secretly glanced at her sister on the side, thinking that it would be better if you two didn't get together, otherwise I would be so embarrassed. She didn't dare to show her thoughts, so she could only try her best to attack Tu Yaoming. On the other side, Lu Chuan was still running wildly. He could feel that Tu Yaoming and the other two were chasing him, so he didn't dare to slack off. The strength of these three people was far superior to his. Once caught up, it would be difficult to escape. However, not long after running, he suddenly felt that the three auras following him stopped. Then a battle broke out again not far away, and the violent collision of power made Lu Chuan feel it clearly. Why didn't they chase me, but fought again? Could it be that they all don't want this divine fire? Lu Chuan was confused and didn't know what was going on. However, he didn't hesitate at all and continued to flee into the distance. In the middle, he changed several directions to ensure that Tu Yaoming and the other two could not grasp his specific whereabouts. After running for more than 2 hours, Lu Chuan concealed his aura and hid in a hidden cave. He was sure that neither Tu Yaoming nor the sisters Gu Xiaosang would be able to find this place. What he couldn't understand was that he and Gu Xiaosang had a feud, and now that he had snatched the divine fire, Gu Xiaosang and her sister should have tried to get it back from him, but they actually started fighting with Tu Yaoming again, looking like they were trying to buy time for him to escape. Could it be that the damn girl felt bad for having cheated me last time, so she helped me this time to make up for it? After thinking for a long time without any clue, Lu Chuan stopped dwelling on the matter and turned his attention to the Sun Divine Fire. Only then did he remember that the fire of a Yuanying stage expert who approached the Sun Divine Fire would be burned to ashes. Now that the fire was stored in the storage space of the Demon Suppression Tower, wouldn't the things he put in the storage space have been burned to ashes long ago? He quickly used his mind to observe the storage space and found that everything inside was intact, and the stone carrying the fire stayed quietly in the storage space without showing any abnormality. Strange, the power of the divine fire is so terrifying that it should be able to burn everything around it, but why are the things in the storage space fine? Is it because of the effect of the demon suppressing tower? Lu Chuan asked the tower spirit. The tower spirit said, "No, after you took the fire out of the magma pool, the stone that carried it released an isolation layer, which confined the power of the fire around the fire. Didn't you notice that the stone has cooled down?" Lu Chuan only then noticed that when it was originally burning red, it had now cooled down and turned dark brown, looking like an ordinary stone. Then if I take out the fire now, I won't be burned to death. The tower spirit said, that's right, as long as you don't reach out to touch the fire, there won't be too much of a problem. Lu Chuan immediately took out the fire of the sun god fire. The cave was originally a little damp and cold, but as soon as the fire was taken out, the temperature of the entire cave suddenly rose and became hot. Lu Chuan carefully observed this small flame. This thing, which could be called one of the 10 original divine fires, contained a power that Lu Chuan could not imagine. If I swallow it, will my strength really increase dramatically? The tower spirit said, of course, this is the fire of the sun's true fire. Even in ancient times, it was a unique treasure. Some of the top sects even regarded them as the treasure of the sect, which is enough to show how precious they are. But it's not as simple as you think to swallow the fire of the sun's true fire. Oh? Lu Chuan asked, what conditions are required to swallow it? The tower spirit said, you need to refine the top level pulse protection pill, and before swallowing it, drink the extremely yin water to resist the burning of the fire. At the same time, you have to practice the spell of swallowing the fire. After swallowing the fire into your body, refine it, let it merge with you, and finally merge into your danshan. To refine the top level pulse protection pill, at least a 400-year-old spiritual medicine is required, and the so-called extremely yin water, any water that has an extremely cold effect, and contains spirituality can be called extremely yin water. Although the earth's spiritual energy is exhausted now, it is not difficult to find these things. The most important thing is actually the spell to devour the fire. This kind of thing is extremely rare, and few people could master it in the past. But you are lucky. I happen to have a spell to devour the fire. Since you helped me find elixirs to restore my strength, I can give it to you for free. Lu Chuan's eyes widened, and he was very curious. He asked, although you are the tower spirit of the demon suppression tower, you are just a tower spirit in the final analysis. But why do you not only know so many secrets that the great cultivators don't know, but also have so many rare methods? Who are you? Chapter 340 Teasing Guzayada-sang. The tower spirit was silent for a while, and said, I'm just an ordinary tower spirit. I believe you. Then there is something wrong. Lu Chuan secretly complained in his heart, and he was very sure that this tower spirit was not as simple as it looked, but the other party was unwilling to say, so he didn't ask too much. Because swallowing the fire still requires a lot of preparation, Lu Chuan had to put the fire into the demon tower first. He stayed in the cave until night, and only walked out of the cave after making sure that Tu Yaoming and Guzayada-sang sisters did not chase him. Although that damn girl cheated me once, she is not a vicious person. This time Tu Yaoming didn't catch up with me. It is very likely that she found her conscience and helped me to hold Tu Yaoming back. So for now, I just need to avoid Tu Yaoming's pursuit and I will be safe. The fire is in me. Tu Yaoming's target must be me, so I can't go back to the provincial capital now. Otherwise Tu Yaoming is likely to attack King Sealinger and others and force me to surrender. In this case, I will go to Xianan province first. If I reveal my tracks a little bit, Tu Yaoming will definitely chase me and the provincial capital will be safe. I can also find out the whereabouts of the 400-year-old elixir and the extremely yin water. Having made up his mind, Lu Chuan rushed towards the direction of Xianan province. In the night, Lu Chuan's figure shuttled through the mountains and forests, making very little noise. If it were not for someone with extraordinary strength, he would not be able to find his whereabouts. When he was about to reach the border of Xianan province, Lu Chuan suddenly stopped. He vaguely saw a figure staggering forward, and then fell to the ground. In order to avoid any movement, he immediately activated his spiritual power and walked towards the place where the figure had just fallen. When he got closer, he found that the person lying on the ground was a graceful woman, and the woman's clothes looked familiar. Lu Chuan used his spiritual sense to observe the woman's condition and found that she was seriously injured and dying. After confirming that the other party did not pose any threat, he squatted down, helped the woman up, and saw the other party's face clearly in the moonlight. It turned out to be Guzayada-sang. After seeing this face, Lu Chuan was shocked and quickly threw the other party to the ground and retreated a few meters to the back, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack him. However, it took him a while to confirm that Gu Xiaosang was really seriously injured and had fainted because he had just helped her up and threw her down, and a painful expression appeared on her face. You can't blame me for this. You are a woman who is not trustworthy. I was afraid that you would deceive me, so I threw it so fast. You deserve to be hurt, he said to himself, and then he walked over and helped Gu Xiaosang up. After taking her pulse and observing her situation, he confirmed that she was seriously injured and dying. It seems that your battle with Tu Yaoming was not easy. Lu Chuan looked at Gu Xiaosang's pale face, stretched out his hand, and pinched it hard, and said, you cheated me last time, and seeing that you were seriously injured like this, I should have ignored it, but considering that you two sisters might have fought with Tu Yaoming again, to help me get out, I will be kind and save you this time. When you wake up, if you are sure that it is different from what I thought, then I will not be polite to you. After saying that, he took out a few pills and stuffed them into Gu Xiaosang's mouth, then picked her up, and after searching around for another girl to no avail, he walked towards the direction of Xianan province. He saved Gu Xiaosang, but there was actually another consideration. Although this woman likes to cheat people, she is not unreasonable. She cheated him last time because she was teased, and she and the woman who was not sure whether she was her sister or younger sister had a grudge because of the divine fire and Tu Yaoming. The so-called enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I save Gu Xiaosang, as long as she is not ungrateful, she will definitely stand on my side. At that time, I will have some confidence to fight against Tu Yaoming. Not long after, Lu Chuan brought Gu Xiaosang to the provincial capital of Xianan province and settled down in a hotel. Only then did he carefully observe Gu Xiaosang's injuries and found that the woman had been hit by an extremely vicious palm on her chest, which was also the palm that made her dying. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan immediately went out to buy medicinal materials, some of which were used to refine healing pills and some were used to make external plasters. He then performed acupuncture on Gu Xiaosang. Although the injured part was sensitive, the doctor was not shy about it. Lu Chuan still took off Gu Xiaosang's clothes, gave her acupuncture, and then applied plaster to her. After the treatment, he put her clothes back on. Of course, because the underwear was in the way. After all, he had to change the medicine later, so Lu Chuan only put on a buttoned shirt for her to apply the medicine. 2 days later, Gu Xiaosang woke up in a daze and found herself lying on a soft big bed, and someone was buttoning her clothes. She turned her head to look at the person, and when she found out that it was Lu Chuan, her face changed, and she sat up quickly, stretched out her hand, and grabbed her collar tightly, and asked in panic, why am I here? You, what did you do to me just now? Lu Chuan turned his head and gave her a sly smile, saying, guess. Gu Xiaosang looked down and found that she was only left with a white shirt on her body, which was empty inside, and her underwear had long disappeared. Thinking of Lu Chuan's action of buttoning her clothes just now, it was inexplicably a bit like the scene of something just being done. She panicked and even cried, did you do that to me when I was not prepared? Lu Chuan grinned and said, you guessed right. During the time you were unconscious, I did everything I could to avenge you for causing me to be captured by the Yunji sect. Now we are even. Seeing Lu Chuan's affirmation, Gu Xiaosang's body was like being struck by lightning, stiff for a few seconds, and then hysterically shouted, how could you do this to me? You beast, do you know that I am? The words came to her lips, but were swallowed back by her. Lu Chuan looked at her and asked, who are you? Don't tell me that you are of noble status and I'm not qualified to blaspheme. Gu Xiaosang gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Chuan with resentment. Her eyes had become moist, and then she said in a deep voice, in this case, I can only kill you. Then she was about to use her strength to kill Lu Chuan, but what she didn't expect was that she couldn't sense any strength in her body. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't waste your time. I have sealed your power. How do you feel? Does it feel good? Gu Xiaosang's face collapsed immediately. She grabbed a pillow and threw it at Lu Chuan, then started crying. I was actually defiled by you, a bastard. How could you do that to me? How can I explain this to my sister? How can I face my family? I won't live anymore. Woo woo woo. Seeing her crying so sadly, Lu Chuan felt a little strange in his heart. According to reason, with her personality, she shouldn't be so devastated, even if she encountered such a thing. Now she wants to commit suicide. It's really confusing. He didn't intend to continue joking, and said, "Okay, stop crying. I didn't do anything to you. You are a master after all. Can't you feel if there are any changes in your body?" He had just finished the last acupuncture for Guzayana-san. Guzayana-san was stunned for a moment and immediately felt her body and found that it seemed that she had not been touched. But she still didn't believe Lu Chuan's words and said aggrievedly, "You didn't do anything. How come I only have this shirt left? Even if you didn't do that, you must have done something obscene to my body, you unforgivable beast." Lu Chuan said speechlessly, "I took off your clothes to make it easier for you to heal your wounds. Okay, can't you think positively of people?" Guzayana-san then remembered that she was seriously injured before she fainted. She pulled up her clothes and glanced inside and found that her injuries were almost healed. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood Lu Chuan. But she was a little embarrassed and said stubbornly, "Then you also saw me naked. I'm going to dig out your eyes." Lu Chuan shrugged and said, "You'd better understand your current situation. If you say such threatening words to me again, I might get angry and really do you." Guzayana-san trembled with fear and dared not say any more harsh words. After a while, she honestly asked Lu Chuan why she was here. Lu Chuan told her about the accidental encounter that day. Guzayana-san then remembered that she was seriously injured by Tu Yaoming's sneak attack, and Guzayana led Tu Yaoming to another place to ensure her safety. Tu Yaoming is very powerful, and Guzayana is definitely not able to defeat him alone, and she doesn't know how she is doing now. With a worried look on her face, she took out the family's unique communication tool and sent a message to Guzayana, but she didn't get a response. She was worried, and if something happened to her sister, she would definitely not forgive herself. At this time, Lu Chuan stared at her and said seriously, "That day when I snatched the fire, didn't you and your sister also want to chase me? But why did you help me hold Tu Yaoming later?" Guzayana-san looked at him resentfully, thinking to herself, "Because you, a bastard, are my sister's fiancé, but you will never know this secret. I will not let you and my sister be together." She thought for a moment and said, "I feel a little bad about what happened last time, and I think you're a good guy, so I told my sister to help you get out of this. But my sister needs the divine fire to solve some problems. We don't need this divine fire, but you must lend it to my sister when the time comes." Seeing that what Guzayana-san said was the same as what he thought, Lu Chuan felt relieved and said with a smile, "That's easy to say. It just so happens that I also need you sisters to help me deal with Tu Yaoming. If the cooperation is pleasant, it will not be a problem to lend you the divine fire at that time." Guzayana-san said, "You don't have to worry about Tu Yaoming coming to you for trouble during this period. Although she seriously injured me, he himself is not much better. Later, my sister used a secret method to injure him. He won't come to you for trouble in a short time." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and thought this was good news. It seems that there is no need to worry about being threatened by Tu Yaoming in the short term. At this time, Guzayana-san received a reply from Guzayana. After Guzayana led Tu Yaoming away, she fought with him for a long time. Both of them were seriously injured, and the subsequent battles became very difficult. She looked for an opportunity and finally escaped with the help of the family's secret treasure. Tu Yaoming was unable to catch up, and the matter came to an end. Afterwards, Guzayana tried to contact Guzayana-san, but she couldn't get in touch with him, so she could only find a safe place to heal her wounds. After Guzayana-san learned that her sister was fine, she was relieved. Then she told her about her own situation, and told her that she was rescued by a kind-hearted person, without mentioning Lu Chuan at all. She didn't want to help this guy improve his favorability in her sister's heart. But Guzayana said, "Now that the divine fire is in Lu Chuan's hands, my troubles can only be solved by the divine fire, so I plan to agree to the marriage between Lu Chuan and me." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 341. Only couples are allowed to attend. When Guzayana-san saw the news, her face changed, and she quickly said, "Sister, you don't have to make a decision so hastily. Maybe Luchuan is willing to lend us the divine fire. After all, we have helped him. He will not be stingy. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. You should focus on healing first. My injuries are recovering quickly. During this time, I will look for Luchuan's whereabouts and then ask him to lend us the divine fire." Guzayadora replied, "Zayana-san, why do I feel like you don't want me to marry Luchuan? Why?" Guzayana-san said, "Because my sister is the most perfect woman in my mind. The person you want to marry must be a rare talent, and this Luchuan is obviously not qualified. Besides, I like my sister. If my sister gets married, she will be alienated from Zayana-san." This is her true thought. She and Guzayadora have been inseparable since childhood, and she has always been the favored one. This makes her feelings for Guzayadora deep in her bones. If she is asked to choose between her sister and her future husband, she will definitely choose her sister, and naturally she doesn't want Guzayana-san to get married. What's more, Luchuan had kissed her and looked at her body all over. How could she allow this guy to become her brother-in-law? If it really happened, wouldn't it be so awkward to get along with him in the future? So she had to find a way to ruin this marriage. "Zayo-san, you are still too childish," Guzayadora replied, and then said, "Okay, let's talk about this later. I have to heal my injuries. It may take some time. I will come to you after my injuries are healed. You must be careful during this time." Guzayana-san agreed, secretly glanced at Luchuan, and put away the communication tool. Luchuan looked at her suspiciously and asked, "What are you doing? Why do you feel sneaky?" Guzayana-san quickly said, "What? I didn't do anything. I was just reporting to my sister that I'm safe." Luchuan didn't care and said, "It seems that something happened to your sister too. In that case, are you sisters willing to help me deal with Tu Yaoming? Although he is injured now and will not cause trouble, the fire is with me. He will definitely come to me after his injuries are healed. If you can help me deal with him at that time, I will agree to lend you the divine fire. How about it?" Guzayana-san's eyes lit up, and she thought to herself that this fool didn't even know that he had an engagement with his sister, but he was willing to lend us the divine fire so easily. This saved me a lot of trouble. She immediately agreed. "It's a deal. Don't go back on your word." Luchuan smiled and said, "Then you stay with me for a while, to prevent Tu Yaoming from suddenly showing up, so that I can take care of you when the time comes." Guzayana-san nodded. It happened that she also had to find a way to stop this guy from getting engaged to her sister. Only by understanding this guy first could she find the right remedy. Then she said, "Then you remove the seal on me." Luchuan smiled and said, "No hurry. If Tu Yaoming shows up, I will remove the seal immediately. As for now, after I remove the seal for you, who knows how you will bully me, so you'd better just be quiet and be a weak woman." Guzayana-san glared. "You." Luchuan put on an innocent look and said, "You have a criminal record. I have to consider my own safety." Guzayana-san crossed her arms angrily. "If you don't want to remove it, then don't remove it. Anyway, if Tu Yaoming comes to attack, I can't protect you. Don't regret it." Luchuan looked indifferent. The seal he gave to Guzayana-san could be unlocked instantly, so there was no need to worry. "By the way, what realm are you and your sister in? I feel that your strength is definitely above the Zuan realm," Luchuan asked. Guzayana-san looked at Luchuan with disdain and said, "You don't even know what realm is above the Zuan realm." Luchuan waved his hand. "I don't know." Guzayana-san showed a hint of pride on his face and said, "Above the Zuan realm is the Saint realm. My sister and I are both strong saints. You are now in the Zuan realm. In the secular world, you can be regarded as one of the strongest, but in our place, only those who reach the Saint realm at this age can be called geniuses. So you have to understand the gap between you and your sister. Even if you know about the engagement in the future, you should give up on your own initiative. She muttered in her heart. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully and asked again, where is that? Gu Xiaosang snorted and said, you are not qualified to know. Our cooperation is limited to dealing with Tu Yaoming. Don't ask about other things. Okay. Lu Chuan didn't care and then threw the newly bought clothes on the table onto the bed. Change your clothes and go out with me to do something. Your previous clothes can't be worn anymore. I bought you a new one. See if it fits you. In addition to healing Gu Xiaosang's injuries in the past 2 days, he also asked where he could find a 400-year-old spiritual medicine. He was lucky and really found a clue. Shen Wanson, the richest man in Xianan province, is going to hold a cruise dance party in the near future. At that time, he will show a spiritual medicine that he has just obtained that has survived for more than 400 years in front of many people attending the dance party. Although Shen Wanson only showed the spiritual medicine to everyone and had no intention of selling it, he is a businessman. There is nothing that a businessman cannot sell. He doesn't want to sell it just because he hasn't waited for what he wants. So Lu Chuan planned to sneak into the cruise ship dance party and then find a chance to see if he could get the 400-year-old spiritual medicine from Shen Wanson. Gu Xiaosang took the clothes Lu Chuan bought for her, and after a careful look, she found that it was actually a Lalita skirt, paired with white stockings and black leather shoes, a completely cute style. Although she thought the dress was pretty, she had only seen such clothes on the internet, and she was a master of the Saint realm. If she went out wearing such a cute dress, wouldn't she be ashamed to death? She glared at Lu Chuan and said, can't you buy a decent dress? I won't wear this, find me another one. Lu Chuan said, when I went to buy it, they only had this one left. I bought it on the spur of the moment. Do I have to consider your preferences? If you don't wear it, then go out naked. Anyway, I don't mind being embarrassed. You. Gu Xiaosang gritted her teeth in anger, but her power was sealed now, so she could only endure it for the time being. When my power is restored, see how I deal with you. Turn around, don't peek. Gu Xiaosang cursed as she put on her clothes. When she got dressed and got off the bed, she put on white stockings on her legs, put on black leather shoes, and tidied her hair. She looked like a second-dimensional girl, delicate and cute. Lu Chuan looked at her like this, nodded with satisfaction, and said, isn't this pretty, and it suits you very well. Gu Xiaosang blushed, glared at Lu Chuan, and said, this girl is naturally beautiful, and she can wear anything. Do you need to say it? Then she looked in the mirror, feeling the completely different style from the past, and she was stunned. Really? It looks good. Oh. I'm so ashamed. I actually think the clothes bought by this guy are good looking. I must have water in my brain. Gu Xiaosang calmed down, turned her head, and looked at Lu Chuan, and said, let's go. Lu Chuan didn't hesitate anymore, and took this cute lolly out of the hotel. Where are we going? Walking on the road, feeling the sidelong glances of passers-by, Gu Xiaosang was still a little uncomfortable. Lu Chuan said, go sign up for a cruise ship dance party. Gu Xiaosang glared and asked, why did you take me to that kind of thing? Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't get me wrong, I'm not thinking of dating you. I need a 400-year-old spiritual medicine, and that spiritual medicine will be displayed at the dance party. I'll go over and ask if I can buy this spiritual medicine. Anyway, just follow me. TSK, it's as if I want to date you. Gu Xiaosang rolled his eyes and didn't ask any more questions. Not long after, the two came to the registration place for the cruise ship dance party. Many people were gathered here, and it was very lively. The cruise ship dance party held by Shen Wanson this time was for the entire Xianan province, not just for people from the upper class circle to participate. However, in order to attend this dance party, one needs to meet certain requirements and pass a special screening by the organizer. Lu Chuan was not sure what the requirements were, so he took Gu Xiaosang to find a staff member and asked, hello, what are the requirements for attending this cruise dance party? The staff member glanced at Lu Chuan and said politely, hello, sir, our cruise dance party this time requires that participants must be couples. If you are single, you cannot attend. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment and asked, must be a couple? Why? The staff member said, we don't know about this either. It is a requirement from above. We just act according to the requirements. Sir, are you single? Lu Chuan seemed to be thinking about something and turned his head to glance at Gu Xiaosang beside him. Gu Xiaosang had a bad feeling in her heart and quickly said, "What are you looking at me for?" Lu Chuan showed a sly smile on his face, then hugged Gu Xiaosang into his arms and said to the staff, "I'm not single. Isn't my girlfriend here? We are very loving, so we should be able to attend this cruise dance party, right?" Gu Xiaosang's eyes widened, thinking, "Who is your girlfriend? How can you talk nonsense?" She wanted to deny it, but found that she couldn't open her mouth. Lu Chuan sealed her mouth with a spell. MMMMM. Lu Chuan smiled and waited for the staff to reply, ignoring Gu Xiaosang's reaction. The staff smiled and said, "If you are a couple, you meet the conditions for participating in this cruise dance party, but you still need to go to the room over there to line up for a test. If both of your tests agree with our requirements, you can successfully get the tickets for this cruise dance party." Test? Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at the house not far away and found that there were already many couples queuing up for the test. He nodded to the staff and said, "Thank you, we'll go and line up." Then he hugged Gu Xiaosang and went to line up. When they reached the end of the line, he removed the spell that made Gu Xiaosang unable to speak. Gu Xiaosang was full of anger and shouted, "Who is your girlfriend? Do you have any shame?" Lu Chuan quickly covered her mouth and said, "Auntie, please help me. It's not real. We are just pretending. Only if we sneak into the dance party first can we have the opportunity to contact Shen Wansen and negotiate with him about the conditions for buying spiritual medicine." Gu Xiaosang was still unhappy, but didn't say anything else. Although they were just pretending to be a couple, she felt weird when she thought that Lu Chuan and her sister were engaged. "Now I can't let this guy know about his engagement with my sister. After borrowing the divine fire to solve my sister's troubles, I will immediately cut off all contact with this guy. As long as my sister doesn't know about these things, I have nothing to be embarrassed about." Gu Xiaosang thought secretly. Lu Chuan looked at the couples queuing in front of him, and he was filled with doubts. This was the first time he heard of a cruise ship dance that only allowed couples to attend. Could it be that Shen Wansen yearned for love, so he made such a request? But I heard that his wife seemed to have just died not long ago. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to see so many couples attending the dance? While Lu Chuan was thinking, a mocking voice sounded behind him. "Lu Chuan, you actually have the nerve to come to the dance held by our richest man?" Chapter 342 Fate Test. Lu Chuan turned around with some confusion and saw a man and a woman standing behind him. The woman was pretty, with heavy makeup and revealing clothes, afraid that everyone's eyes would not focus on her. The man looked like a rich second generation, and his clothes showed a sense of nouveau-riche. The one who spoke just now was the woman. Lu Chuan stared at her for a long time, but couldn't remember who this person was, so he asked, "Do we know each other?" The woman said speechlessly, "Why, you are afraid of being recognized and dare not admit that you know me. After all, I was a class flower in high school. How could you not know me? Even if you want to pretend, you should pretend to be more like me." Lu Chuan thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember who these people were. Seeing that the other party's attitude was not very good, he said, "Psycho." Then he turned around and ignored her. The girl was furious and dragged Lu Chuan back, saying, "I'm zooting. You really don't remember me." Lu Chuan had a vague impression of her. He remembered that, when he was in high school, there was a female classmate who called herself the class flower. She dressed up every day and hung out with those hooligans in the school who thought they were cool. It was this zooting. "So it's you. If you didn't tell me your name, I really couldn't remember it." Zooting looked disdainful, thinking that Lu Chuan was just pretending, and said, "TSK, don't think I don't know that you had a crush on me when you were in school. I don't believe you will forget me." Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in his heart. When he was in school, Zooting felt that almost all the boys in the class had a crush on her. In fact, at that time, any normal boy would think that girls who often hang out with the hooligans in the school were not serious and would basically not be interested in them. The reason why everyone pays attention to such girls is because they are uneducated and have nothing to do, but they often regard this kind of attention as everyone's love for them and thus feel complacent. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't make a fuss, my taste is not that bad." Then he hugged Guzayana-san in his arms and said, "If I have a crush on you, wouldn't that be an insult to my girlfriend?" Zooting glanced at Guzayana-san and suddenly felt ashamed of herself, but she still said stubbornly, "Your girlfriend has obviously had plastic surgery. She is not as pretty as me. There is something wrong with your aesthetic sense. My boyfriend's aesthetic sense is normal." Luchuan smiled and said, "Really? But your boyfriend is almost drooling at my girlfriend. Does he look at you like this usually?" Zooting immediately turned her head to look at her boyfriend next to her. Seeing that he was staring at the girl next to Luchuan with his eyes straight, he shouted angrily, "Zhang Chengfa." Zhang Chengfa quickly sucked his saliva and said, "Zouting, don't listen to his nonsense. In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful." Zooting calmed down, looked at Luchuan, and said, "Did you hear that? I'm the most beautiful. My boyfriend is a rich second generation. His aesthetic sense is not comparable to yours." Luchuan curled his lips and didn't intend to talk to this old classmate anymore. Guzayana-san leaned close to Luchuan's ear and whispered, "I suddenly feel that you are not so unbearable." Luchuan couldn't help laughing and said, "Low-key, only the most beautiful women can find my advantages." Guzayana-san reached out and pinched Luchuan, "Narcissist." Zooting looked at Luchuan and Guzayana-san laughing and playing and felt very aggrieved. Although she didn't admit it, she knew in her heart that she was indeed no match for Guzayana-san. Although this woman is beautiful, she is blind at such a young age. She can actually fall in love with the loser in Luchuan's heart, which shows that she has seen a lot of the world. She is just a vase. In terms of knowledge and cultivation, she is definitely not as good as me. After comforting herself for a few words in her heart, Zooting thought of another angle to prove that Luchuan and herself were not people of the same level at all. She stared at Luchuan and said disdainfully, "You two should stop queuing here. Do you know what the test is for?" Luchuan glanced at her and asked, "What is being tested?" Zooting said proudly, "It's a person's fate, fortune and destiny. Only those who are truly rich and powerful can pass the test. You are an orphan. I heard that you worked as a food delivery man after graduating from college. People like you are simply the lowest of the lowest and have nothing to do with being rich and powerful, so you can't pass the test. And my boyfriend and I are both truly outstanding people, future upper class people, and my boyfriend's family is very rich. These are all related to fate and destiny. Only couples like us are eligible to participate in this cruise ball, and Mr. Shen arranged such a test to select people like us. Otherwise, such a high-end cruise ball would be full of losers like you. Wouldn't it become a mess?" Luchuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Really? But I never believe in fate, so I still have to test it." In fact, he didn't care about Zooting's words. He was just a little curious about why Shen Wansen held this dance party and selected people with good fortune. In addition, you must be a couple to sign up, which makes people feel that this cruise ship dance party seems a bit weird. When Zooting heard Luchuan's words, she showed deep contempt on her face and said, "Inferior people are inferior people. No matter how you test, you can't change your poor fate." Luchuan ignored Zooting and asked Guzayana-san, "Do you feel that this dance party is abnormal?" Guzayana-san nodded and said, "If the person who organized this dance party really wants to have upper class people attend the dance party, just send invitations to those rich people. There is no need to make such a fuss. And I can't understand why couples must participate. Is there any special meaning in this?" Luchuan said, "It seems that only by attending this dance party can we know what medicine Shen Wansen is selling in the good. As for whether he can pass the test, he is not worried. If it is really a test of fate, he doesn't believe that he, who has the fate of a real dragon, will not pass the test." Not long after, Luchuan and Guzayana-san entered the room where the test was conducted. Zooting immediately dragged Zhang Chengfa in to see the excitement. "Luchuan, just give up on this idea. You are born with a worthless life and there is no way you can pass this test." Zooting still insisted on her point of view. Luchuan observed the situation in the room. In addition to a few staff members, there were also a few tables. On the tables were two things that looked like crystal balls. Behind the light balls was a vertical ruler with values engraved on it. Please stand in front of the table and put your hands on the crystal balls in front of you. Our instrument will test your fate and luck. If the value on the scale exceeds 50%, it means that you agree with our requirements and can get tickets for this cruise dance party. Of course, if one of you fails, then both of you will lose the qualification. The staff explained. Luchuan and Guzayana-sang stood in front of the table and then put their hands on the light balls. Zooting hurried over to watch the excitement and said to the staff, "In fact, you don't have to test them. They will definitely not pass. This guy's my classmate. He is an orphan and a delivery man. I don't know how he kidnapped a beautiful girlfriend. He will never pass the test." The staff just smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Chengfa also showed a disdainful smile on his face and said, "Fate and so on are all linked to money. People without money have no good fate. This is an ironclad fact. If this guy can pass the test, I will wash my hair upside down." After Luchuan and Guzayana-sang put their hands on the crystal ball immediately emitted rays of light. Then the golden liquid in the ruler behind it climbed up along the ruler. The golden liquid in the ruler in front of Luchuan and Guzayana-sang only rose about 10% and then stopped. Seeing this, Zooting immediately said happily, "See, I said this guy is a worthless person and can't pass the test. You didn't believe it. Now you know what I said is true." Zhang Chengfa also smiled and said, "Okay, you two are not qualified to participate in the cruise dance party. Get out of the way. It's our turn to test." But the staff glared at the two of them and shouted, "You two shut up." Zooting and Zhang Chengfa were both shocked. They didn't know why the staff suddenly got so angry. However, when the two found that all the staff were staring at the ruler in front of Luchuan and Guzayana-sang with a solemn expression, they realized that something was wrong and didn't dare to say anything. They immediately shut up. Although the golden liquid in the ruler stopped at 10%, it was boiling in the glass column and caused the table to start to tremble slightly. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the two golden liquids suddenly rose and reached the peak in an instant, reaching the 100% position. If the ruler could only measure 100% at most, the staff would have thought that the two golden liquid columns could shoot straight up into the sky. Zooting and Zhang Chengfa were both stunned. How is this possible? 100%. What does this mean? A staff member said excitedly, 100% means that the two of them are truly the best of the best. There are already hundreds of couples who have passed our test, but most of them have just passed the 50% line. They are the first couple like them. The staff member quickly handed over the tickets for the cruise ball and said with a smile, "You two, you have passed the test. Here are the tickets for the cruise ball. When the time comes, take the tickets to the dock and someone will naturally receive you." Luchuan took it with a smile and said, "Thank you." Then he turned to look at Zooting and Zhang Chengfa and said, "It's your turn." Zooting came back to her senses, snorted coldly, and said, "A lowly person like you can actually pass the test? It seems that the test standards are not as strict as imagined. We must be 100% as well, and our reaction must be even greater than yours." Zhang Chengfa was also full of confidence and said, "That's right. Next, I will let you see what the real best of the best are." Chapter 343 Cruise Party. Zooting and Zhang Chengfa both stood in front of the table, and then they confidently stretched out their hands and placed them on the crystal ball. "I was born with a noble destiny. If a lowly person like Luchuan can pass the test, there is no reason why I can't." Zooting thought secretly in her heart, and then looked at the ruler on the table with expectation. The crystal ball glowed, and the golden liquid column in the ruler began to rise. However, the golden liquid column representing Zooting only rose a little, stopped at 3%, and then remained motionless. The expectant expression on Zooting's face suddenly stopped and turned into astonishment. Then she reached out and patted the ruler, asking, "Why doesn't it move? I know, it must be like Luchuan just now. It must have paused for a while, and then it should rise. You better be careful that the speed of the rise is too fast and breaks your instrument." The staff looked at Zooting speechlessly and said, "Madam, the golden liquid column is very stable and there is no sign of any rise, which means that your test value is 3%. Zooting's eyes widened and exclaimed, how is this possible? Lu Chuan, a pariah, has 100%, and I only have 3%? Is his life so much better than mine? The staff shrugged and said, the results are for reference only. Zhang Chengfa on the other side was also full of disbelief at this moment, because his value stopped at 7%, and then stopped moving. Although it was much better than Zooting, this value that did not even break 10% made him feel embarrassed, and his face immediately drooped. The staff looked at the two and said, I'm very sorry, you failed our test, and we can't give you the tickets for the cruise party. Zhang Chengfa said gloomily, it must be that your instrument is broken. The stinky delivery guy just now is eligible to get the tickets, but I'm not. What kind of broken instrument do you have? I don't agree with this test result. Zooting immediately agreed, that's right. There is something fishy about your test results. You must give us the tickets today, otherwise I will never let you go. The several staff members in the room were speechless. They didn't talk nonsense with Zooting and Zhang Chengfa, and directly called the security guards. Get these two troublemakers out. Several security guards came over, grabbed Zooting and Zhang Chengfa, and dragged them away. The two still couldn't accept this result, and kept cursing, but unfortunately no one paid attention to them. Lu Chuan watched the two being driven away, with a playful look on his face. When he came in, he had already observed the two instruments for testing, and found that they were actually two slightly crude instruments. What these two instruments really tested was actually the spiritual energy contained in the human body. Generally, people with good fortune and luck will be more likely to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even ordinary people who have never practiced cultivation will absorb these spiritual energy into their bodies unconsciously because of their unique fate. Therefore, most people with good fortune have better spirits than ordinary people, which often brings better luck, so the probability of becoming a rich and powerful person is also greater. So it is reasonable to say that these two instruments test people's fate. Lu Chuan is a cultivator, so it is normal for the spiritual energy in his body to explode. Although Gu Xiaosang is not a cultivator, she has reached the saint realm, and her origin is not ordinary, so it can naturally make this detection instrument explode. Although this detection instrument is simple and the effect is actually very poor, ordinary people certainly cannot make two such instruments to screen people with spiritual energy in their bodies. Lu Chuan couldn't understand why Shen Wanson wanted to select people with spiritual energy to attend the dance, and they had to be lovers. This cruise dance party is getting more and more complicated. I wonder if I can successfully buy the 400-year-old spiritual medicine from Shen Wanson. Lu Chuan murmured in his heart. At this time, a staff member came over and said to Lu Chuan and Gu Xiaosang with an apologetic look, I'm really sorry that you two have been offended like this. If we had known that those two people were so unreasonable, we shouldn't have let them come for the test in the first place. Lu Chuan smiled and said, it's okay. The staff member turned his head and looked at Gu Xiaosang, smiling and said, I heard them say that the results of our testing instrument can reflect the love index of two people to a certain extent. The results of both of you are 100%, which shows that you two are a match made in heaven. I think you must be very loving at ordinary times, otherwise it would be impossible to measure such a value. Gu Xiaosang's eyes widened when he heard this, and he looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief, muttering, he and I are a match made in heaven, aren't you kidding? The staff member was full of confusion, not understanding why Gu Xiaosang said that. Lu Chuan was worried that the matter of pretending to be a couple would be exposed, so he quickly said, you are right, the two of us are indeed a match made in heaven. Since we have passed the test, we will not bother you anymore. After that, he dragged Gu Xiaosang away from here. After they walked far away, Lu Chuan let go of Gu Xiaosang's hand and said, why are you reacting so strongly? We were almost seen through as a pretend couple. Gu Xiaosang was still struggling with what the staff had said just now. Lu Chuan was obviously her sister's fiancé, so how come he and she were a perfect match? Lu Chuan looked at Gu Xiaosang and said, that person just said some flattering words to cheer you up. You don't have to take it to heart. Gu Xiaosang said angrily, she was not trying to cheer me up, she was just trying to scare me. Lu Chuan looked at her and couldn't help, but said with a smile, why, you just looked down on me? I think I'm pretty good and more than worthy of you. People say that we are a match made in heaven. Isn't there anything wrong with that? Guzayana-sang scolded. You are shameless. How can you say such things to me? I am. She swallowed her words halfway through, then turned around angrily and said, I don't look down on you. If it weren't for borrowing the divine fire, I wouldn't even look at you straight in the eye. Lu Chuan smiled and said, okay, you are the best. I'm not worthy of you, okay? But you still have to pretend to be my girlfriend at the dance tonight, and don't let it get revealed then. TSK. Guzayana-sang rolled her eyes at Lu Chuan and said nothing more. Soon, night fell. Lu Chuan brought Guzayana-sang to the dock, where a luxury cruise ship with more than 10 floors was already docked on the shore, with colorful lights on, showing its luxury. Couples who got the tickets were walking towards the cruise ship one after another. Lu Chuan took Guzayana-sang to check the tickets, and then boarded the cruise ship. Guzayana-sang had never been on a cruise before, and looked at everything around him curiously. Lu Chuan felt a weird feeling as soon as he got on. Some of the arrangements on the cruise ship looked very inconsistent, but they seemed to be intentional, as if they were made after careful consideration. Is it my illusion? There seems to be some huge danger hidden on this cruise ship. Chapter 344 Provocation. On the deck, hundreds of young couples, either wearing couple outfits or evening gowns, gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and talked happily. A dozen young waiters in tuxedos shuttled through the crowd with plates, providing guests with drinks and food. Not far away, a band was playing soothing music. With the shining lights, the whole dance party looked high-end and friendly. Have you heard? It is said that the reason why Boss Shen held this dance party was to mourn his wife who just died, so only couples were allowed to attend. I heard that Boss Shen and his wife loved each other very much and were almost inseparable. Now something like this happened suddenly. I'm afraid anyone would feel very uncomfortable. Yes, I heard that Boss Shen couldn't accept the fact that his wife was dead and was determined not to let others take his wife's body away. When the man said this, he turned his head and looked around, lowered his voice to the lowest, and continued, I heard from my friends that Boss Shen is said to sleep with his wife's body in his arms every night. The people who were chatting together were all surprised. Although this kind of thing sounds a bit gloomy, most people think that Shen Wanson is a truly infatuated person and understand his behavior. Lu Chuan listened to these people's discussions and thought about it. Guzayana-sang said, since Boss Shen has lost his other half, seeing others being happy and loving together should remind him of his sad memories, but he found so many couples. Isn't this deliberately looking for excitement? Lu Chuan smiled and said, actually, I think so too. Maybe Boss Shen doesn't just want to hold a dance party. On the other side of the deck, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes was examining Lu Chuan at this moment. The beautiful girl next to her glanced at Lu Chuan and asked in confusion, honey, you have been staring at that man for a long time. Is there anything special about him? The young man replied indifferently, this man is called Lu Chuan. Because he destroyed the entire Yingui sect with his own strength, he became a hot topic in our supervisory department. The senior management of the supervisory department thinks that this man is a rare genius in a century and wants to absorb him into the supervisory department. Unfortunately, this man does not seem to have the intention to join us. The young man is called Yi Heo. He is the captain of an S-level soul hunting team in the supervisory department. His strength has reached the 5th level of the mysterious realm. He is recognized as a favored child of heaven in the supervisory department. He once fought 2 masters of the 6th level of the mysterious realm alone without being defeated. He is highly valued by the supervisory department. The beautiful girl is called Tsundere, and she is Yi Heo's girlfriend. Yi Heo is from Xianan province. When he came back from vacation this time, he happened to hear about this cruise dance party, so he brought his girlfriend to join in the fun. It just so happened that both of them passed the test successfully, so they came here to see the 400-year-old elixir that Shen Wanson mentioned and to make some friends. Tsundere heard Yi Heo's explanation and asked, is this person more talented than you? Yi Heo's tone became a little colder, and he said, there are indeed many people in the supervisory department who compare me with him. Most people even think that Lu Chuan's talent is better than mine, but I don't agree with their views. This Luchuan can destroy the Yunji sect, and he does have some strength, but as far as I know, when he took action, our A-level team of the supervisory department had been fighting with the people of the Yunji sect for 3 days, and those people of the Yunji sect were already at the end of their strength. It's not surprising that he took action at this time and destroyed the Yunji sect in one fell swoop. In that case, if it was me who took action, I could also destroy the Yunji sect in one fell swoop. Tsundere smiled and hugged Jiheo's neck, saying, "My boyfriend is the best in the world, and that Luchuan is definitely not as good as you." Jiheo pushed Tsundere away and said, "You are just trying to make me happy." Now everyone in the supervisory department thinks that I'm not as good as Luchuan. Although I don't care about these false names, I will always feel unhappy if I'm suppressed by others. I have actually wanted to find an opportunity to compete with him for a long time. Tsundere looked at Jiheo and asked, "So you want to?" Jiheo walked straight towards Luchuan and said lightly, "Since we meet here, let's challenge him and have a good fight." Luchuan was wolfing down the delicious snacks. The food production level on this cruise ship was obviously much higher than other places. He immediately caught his taste. Based on the principle of not eating it, he ate it very happily. Guzayana-san was disgusted on the side, thinking that this guy was really useless. How could such a person be worthy of his gentle, decent, dignified and generous sister? He must find a way to stop their marriage. At this time, Luchuan suddenly stopped because he felt a hint of hostility. He raised his head and looked forward. He saw a young man with extraordinary momentum and a girl walking towards him, with a trace of doubt on his face. Jiheo stretched out his hand to him and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Jiheo, and I'm the captain of the second S-level cell hunting team of the supervision department. Recently, your deeds have been circulated very hotly among us. I always like to challenge geniuses like you. I hope to compete with you after today's dance party, to see what kind of strength a genius who can destroy the Yunji sect has." Although this was said very politely, Luchuan still heard the provocation in the other party's tone. This guy seemed very dissatisfied with him. He didn't want to make trouble. After all, he was facing 2 major enemies, the Great Elder and 2 Yaoming. The situation was urgent. How could he waste time with these guys who wanted to prove their strength? Therefore, he refused directly and said, "You are really flattering me. I was able to destroy the Yunji sect purely by luck, and you are the captain of the S-level cell hunting team, a real elite. Naturally, I can't beat you, so let's not compete." Seeing Luchuan admit defeat directly, Jiheo looked down on this guy, who was praised to the sky even more. He knew that this person had no hard power at all, and everything was just a coincidence. He did not show his contempt in his heart, but said lightly, "You are flattering me. Although everyone has seen my extraordinary experience along the way, you are not bad either. But since you don't want to compete, forget it." Seeing that Jiheo really believed what he said, Luchuan just smiled and didn't care. After a while, there was a commotion in the crowd. "Mr. Shen is here," someone shouted. Everyone looked over not far away and saw a refined middle-aged man walking over. It was Shen Wansen. He looked a little haggard, with white hair on both sides of his temples, and the whole person seemed to be still immersed in endless grief. Luchuan stared at Shen Wansen and frowned instantly. He found that Shen Wansen was surrounded by evil spirits, and a ball of black hair gathered between his eyebrows. This was a sign of being possessed by a vengeful spirit. Chapter 345 Love Grass. It's getting more and more interesting. Let's see what this richest man wants to do. Luchuan stared at Shen Wansen and muttered to himself. Shen Wansen came in front of everyone, forced a smile on his face, and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm very happy that you can come to today's dance. You can come here in your busy schedule to give me face. I naturally can't let you come for nothing. I believe that everyone has heard before coming that I will show a spiritual medicine that has grown for more than 400 years at the dance. Many people should be very curious about what this spiritual medicine looks like. In this case, I won't talk nonsense and will present this spiritual medicine to everyone." After speaking, he clapped his hands lightly. Several waiters pushed a rectangular crystal box towards this side. On the box, there was a pot of blue herbs that grew very vigorously, with pink flowers blooming on it, a bit like baby's breath, but very different. Lu Chuan immediately perked up and looked at the spiritual medicine, feeling the great power contained in it, and at the same time, confirmed that it was really a spiritual medicine that had grown for 400 years. The spiritual medicine was emitting dots of light around it, like pollen, falling on people. After the couple's present came into contact with the pollen, they immediately had some reactions. The men became excited, and the women blushed. Many couples subconsciously snuggled together. Some of them looked at each other, and then instinctively hugged each other and kissed sweetly. The person pushing the crystal box passed by Lu Chuan and Guzayasang, and the dots of light fell on them, causing the two to have some reactions. Lu Chuan only felt a strange power entering his body, and then he had a strong desire for beautiful love in his heart, and he had the urge to find someone to have a vigorous love. He turned his head to look at Guzayasang on the side, and saw that Guzayasang's cheeks were also blushing at this moment, and he happened to look at him. When the two looked at each other, a strange feeling appeared, which made their heartbeats speed up, and they had the urge to kiss and even mate. Guzayasang couldn't help but take 2 steps towards Lu Chuan, raised her head, looked at this guy expectantly, and moved her lips slightly. Lu Chuan felt that Guzayasang was asking him for a kiss, reached out and grabbed her shoulder, and was about to kiss her. But soon, both of them realized that something was wrong and quickly separated. Guzayasang's face was as red as fire, and she didn't dare to look directly into Lu Chuan's eyes. She explained with a guilty conscience, "Don't get me wrong, I don't want to kiss you, and I don't know why it's like this." Lu Chuan also became a little restrained, pretending to be calm, and said, "It's the problem with the pot of flowers. This 400-year-old spiritual medicine seems to be a little special." He looked at the couples who suddenly became extremely close, knowing that this must be the result of the star-like light just now. But he could judge that this was not some kind of evil magic, because the power that made people fall into a passionate love emotion just now was very pure, and it should be just the unique effect of the 400-year-old spiritual medicine. The older the elixir is, the more magical it becomes. It is normal for a 400-year-old elixir to have some special effects. Guzayasang didn't think as much as Lu Chuan did. She just couldn't understand why she felt moved by this annoying guy next to her. And seeing the couples around her hugging or kissing, only she and Lu Chuan stood obediently and kept their distance, which made her a little uncomfortable. She subconsciously leaned towards Lu Chuan. Shen Wansen looked at the reactions of the crowd, smiled, and said, "I think everyone just felt a little different. Do you feel that you love your significant other more?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Shen Wansen smiled and said, "The reason why you have such a reaction is because you are affected by this 400-year-old elixir. This elixir is called love grass. The little light emitted from it will make people desire love and make two people who are already in love each other more deeply." Everyone suddenly realized. Lu Chuan also figured out why he had such a reaction. He turned around and said to Guzayasang with a smile, "It turned out that this magical medicine worked. I thought you fell in love with me." Guzayasang said in panic, "Don't be so narcissistic here. How could I like you? Everything is just an illusion." Seeing that Guzayasang's reaction was so big, Lu Chuan smiled and said nothing more. Shen Wansen continued, "The reason why only couples are allowed to sign up for this dance is because of the characteristics of this love grass. You couples will only become more in love under the influence of love grass. But if you are not a couple, if someone brings someone else's wife to the dance and you fall in love by mistake, wouldn't it be a sin?" Everyone laughed immediately. Only Guzayasang glared at Lu Chuan fiercely. She felt that she was the one who was sinned. After all, she has a certain chance of becoming Lu Chuan's future sister-in-law, but now she is pretending to be his girlfriend, and even influenced by the love grass, she almost asks him for a kiss. If something really happens, how can she face her sister in the future? I really agreed to pretend to be the girlfriend of this bastard out of my mind. After getting off the cruise ship, I must ask him for some mental damage, otherwise it will be too easy for him. Guzayasang muttered viciously in her heart. Lu Chuan did not notice Guzayasang's appearance, and his eyes were fixed on the crystal box under the love grass pot. It stands to reason that to show the love grass, you only need to hold the pot out, but now it looks a bit strange to put it on such a long box. And this time, the dance is only allowed to couples, because of the love grass, which is indeed no problem, but the fate test is puzzling. After all, although the love grass is a 400-year-old elixir, it is definitely not only people with good fate who are qualified to approach it. In addition, Shen Wanson has signs of being possessed by a vengeful spirit, and Lu Chuan feels that tonight's dance is not simple. However, Shen Wanson had not shown any abnormality yet, so he could only wait and see. After Shen Wanson introduced the characteristics of the love grass, he continued, I just said that I would not let you come here in vain. If I only let you admire the love grass this time, it would be a bit stingy. So I also prepared a gift for all the loving people present. The love grass is a magical medicine that has grown for more than 400 years. It must have some extraordinary characteristics. Every morning, a few drops of dew will appear on its leaves, and these dews will be affected by the love grass and become magical water that can make two people love each other forever. I made some drinks with these dews. Everyone present will get one. As long as you look at your loved ones and drink this drink, you will be able to love each other forever. No matter rich or poor, no matter life or death, you will never betray each other. As he said this, the waiters had already started distributing drinks to everyone. Lu Chuan and Gu Xiaosang naturally got one too. Gu Xiaosang looked at Lu Chuan anxiously and said, I can tolerate pretending to be your girlfriend, but I can't drink this drink, and neither can you. Lu Chuan looked at Gu Xiaosang jokingly and said, why, are you so afraid of falling in love with me? Gu Xiaosang said anxiously, what do you know? If we drink this drink, it will be. In short, you can't drink it at all. Lu Chuan approached Gu Xiaosang and said, I feel that something is wrong with you. Are you hiding something from me? Tell me quickly. If you don't, I will drink this drink. After that, he pretended to drink the drink. Don't drink it. Gu Xiaosang was so anxious that he jumped up and down, struggling whether to tell her about his marriage with his sister. At this time, Shen Wanson said loudly, everyone, let's raise our glasses together. Tonight, the love grass will witness your love, and you will be the most loving couple in the world. Lu Chuan smiled and said to Gu Xiaosang, did you hear that? People said that we should raise our glasses. It would be inappropriate if I don't drink it. Then he raised the glass and put it to his mouth. Gu Xiaosang quickly reached out to stop Lu Chuan. If you dare to drink, you are the most shameless person in the world. Just wait to be spurned by the world. Lu Chuan thought to himself, your identity is too powerful, so if you like you will be spurned by the world. He naturally did not intend to drink this drink, but just wanted to tease Gu Xiaosang. However, when Gu Xiaosang and he were fighting for it, he suddenly felt an evil breath coming out of the drink. This made him frown, and then he quickly used his spiritual sense to explore the drink. When he noticed the abnormality in the drink, his face changed suddenly, and then he understood many things at once. He quickly looked at the people around him, and all of them raised their drinks and planned to drink them. In a hurry, Lu Chuan shouted directly, no one is allowed to drink. He integrated spiritual power into his voice, which had a very strong deterrent effect, frightening everyone and trembling, and quickly stopped the action in his hands. Shen Wanson frowned, looked at Lu Chuan, and asked, my friend, what do you mean? If you don't want to continue to be affectionate with your girlfriend, you can choose not to drink this drink, but you stop everyone from drinking this drink. Isn't it a bit too much? Lu Chuan sneered and said, continue to be affectionate? If everyone really drinks the drink you prepared, I'm afraid they will lose their lives. How can they still be affectionate at that time? Everyone's face changed, and many people were so scared that they quickly put the drinks in their hands aside and dared not touch them again. Shen Wanson became obviously excited, staring at Lu Chuan with his eyes, and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? This drink is made by me with the dew of love grass. Drinking it will only make people believe in love more. How can you lose your life? Lu Chuan smiled and said, the dew of love grass may really make people believe in love more, but the evil spirit you added to it will definitely kill people. After that, he threw the quilt directly to the ground. The drink spilled, and then an evil black gas drifted out, corroding a deep hole in the deck. Chapter 346 You've been cheated. When everyone saw this scene, their faces changed, and those who were still holding the drinks in their hands quickly threw away the cups in their hands. Guzaya-san breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this change. Although she didn't know what was going on, she would be relieved as long as Lu Chuan didn't drink the drink. Yihao frowned and looked at Lu Chuan. He didn't expect that there was such a danger hidden in this drink. Tsundere quickly put the drink aside and said, I didn't expect that there was such a scary thing in it. I almost drank it. Yihao coughed twice and said, in fact, I also noticed the abnormality. I didn't plan to drink this drink. I just wanted to observe it again. I didn't expect that Lu Chuan would say it first. Shen Wanson looked at Lu Chuan with a gloomy face and said, don't believe this guy. There is absolutely no evil spirit in my drink. This person is here to make trouble. I will have him arrested now. Then he clapped his hands, and several bodyguards immediately walked over here. Lu Chuan said with a smile, Boss Shen, you don't have to be so stubborn. I have figured out the whole story. The evil spirit has the effect of devouring the vitality of the living. If I'm not mistaken, you reported this dance party to revive your wife, right? Shen Wanson's face changed, and his expression became extremely anxious. He said, you are talking nonsense. Hurry up and catch this troublemaker. The bodyguards were about to take action immediately, but the next second, they felt a force restraining their feet. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move forward half a step. Lu Chuan had a calm expression on his face, and said with a smile, Boss Shen, you don't have to be so anxious. The reason why I dare to stand up and expose you is naturally because I have a certain confidence. And I can prove that you just want to revive your wife by absorbing the vitality of everyone present. Then his eyes fell on the rectangular crystal box under the love grass, walked over to take down the love grass, and then opened the box directly. Inside, a frozen female corpse was lying quietly. It was Shen Wanson's dead wife. This crystal box was actually an ice coffin. When everyone saw the corpse, they all gasped, and many girls were so scared that they went directly into the arms of their boyfriends. This is too horrible. I was wondering why they had to get such a big box for something, but I didn't expect there was a corpse in it. This Shen Wanson is too perverted. Although I know he loves his wife very much, the dead cannot be resurrected. He wants to use the lives to resurrect his wife. This is too cruel. Damn it, it's a good thing this buddy came forward to expose Shen Wanson's conspiracy. Otherwise those of us present today would have really fallen into the trap. When Shen Wanson saw Lu Chuan open the ice coffin, his face was immediately full of pain. He gritted his teeth and said, I just want to mourn my deceased wife. What makes you say that I want to use the lives of everyone outside to resurrect her? Lu Chuan said lightly. From the time I got on this cruise ship, I noticed that there were many abnormalities in the layout here. I didn't figure it out at first, until I discovered the evil spirit in the drinks you prepared. I immediately figured it out. The reason why the layout of this cruise ship is so abnormal is because you specifically asked someone to transform the entire cruise ship into a formation. This formation, combined with the evil energy, can extract the vitality of a person and gather it at the core of the formation. And the location of your wife's body is exactly the core of the formation. Before, I wondered why I had to undergo a fate test to attend a dance party. Now I understand that only those with a good enough fate and strong enough luck will have a greater chance of successfully resurrecting the dead after their vitality is extracted. As for this love grass, it is the key to your resurrecting your wife. If I'm not mistaken, this love grass has reached the stage where it can bear fruit, but it's still a little short of it. So you have found so many couples, hoping to rely on the love between them to stimulate the love grass to bear fruit. The fruit of this elixir, that is more than 400 years old, contains extremely pure power, which is a good thing for recovery. At that time, relying on the fruit of the love grass and the vitality of hundreds of people, you can resurrect your wife. Am I right? Shen Wanson saw that his plan was being exposed step by step. The expression on his face changed from pain to gloomy, and then from gloomy to a sneer. He looked at Lu Chuan, laughed arrogantly, and said, so what? He glanced at everyone present and said, I love my wife deeply. She was so young, but her life was taken away. I want to resurrect her. Is there anything wrong with that? Lu Chuan looked at him, sighed, and said, you are right to have this idea, but you want to use the lives of hundreds of people in exchange for your wife's resurrection. This is a big mistake. Shen Wansen snorted coldly and said, "So what? As long as my wife can survive, it doesn't matter how many people are sacrificed. And I can tell you clearly that the outcome of this matter has been doomed since you boarded this cruise ship. Even if you are seen through, you will never be able to change the direction of this matter." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "That may not be the case. The reason why you are so confident is because of the person who is advising you behind the scenes, right?" Shen Wansen frowned and said, "What person behind the scenes? I came up with all these things by myself." Lu Chuan said, "Although you are the richest man in China and have huge resources, you are just a mortal. It is impossible for you to know this method of reviving the dead by absorbing the vitality of others. Not only do I know that someone is behind you to help you, but I also know that the one who is giving you advice is not a human being at all." After saying that, he directly released a force and hit Shen Wansen. A flash of black air flashed in Shen Wansen's eyes, and then an evil breath rose up, and then a thick black fog emerged from behind him, forming a terrifying and gloomy white ghost with an unclear face. "I didn't expect that you could see through me and possess him. It seems that you are not a simple kid." The ghost made a female voice. When everyone saw the ghost appear, they screamed in fear, and some people were so scared that they trembled all over and sat on the ground. "Ghost. It's haunted. Oh my god, I actually saw a ghost. Is this really not an illusion? I want to go home. I will never attend any dance again. Woo woo woo." Although everyone was scared, no one ran away because the cruise ship had already sailed to the middle of the river and there was nowhere to run. Yi Heo couldn't help but frowned when he saw the vengeful spirit appear, but he didn't show much surprise. After all, he was in the supervision department, and he had seen many things that ordinary people couldn't understand over the years, and he was not without contact with vengeful spirits. What made him unhappy was that this vengeful spirit was actually discovered by Lu Chuan, and he didn't notice anything unusual throughout the whole process. In his eyes, Lu Chuan didn't even have the courage to compete with him, and he must be inferior to him in every way. Now that he failed to discover the existence of the vengeful spirit, he felt very embarrassed. After he destroyed the Yunji Ui sect, he took away the sect's treasures. There might be means to deal with the vengeful spirits in them, so it's not surprising that he could notice it before me. If he wasn't here today, I would definitely be the one who discovered the problem. Yi Heo thought secretly. Shen Wansen didn't expect that Lu Chuan would have a way to make the vengeful spirit possessed in him show up, but now that things have come to this, he has nothing to hide, and said to Lu Chuan, "Even if you see through everything, what does it matter? As long as she can help me get through my wife, what difference does it make whether she is a human or a ghost?" Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "Then I can tell you clearly that you have been deceived by her." Shen Wansen was stunned for a moment and asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Chuan said, "There is no way to bring a person back to life in this world, but there is a way to let a person return to life through a corpse. All that you have prepared seems to be to bring your wife back to life, but in fact it can only restore life to a dead body, and your wife's soul has already entered reincarnation, and it is impossible to find it again. And you do all this to bring your wife's body back to life, which will only be useful to one guy. That is the vengeful spirit who instigated you to prepare all this. The formation on this cruise ship is not a formation that can bring people back to life, but a real formation for returning to life through a corpse. When you are ready, this vengeful spirit will take the opportunity to occupy your wife's body, and then resurrect and exist in this world again. Do you really think your beloved wife can come back? All you got is a strange woman." Lu Chuan's words made Shen Wansen feel like he was struck by lightning. He looked at the vengeful spirit in disbelief. Is he telling the truth? The vengeful spirit said angrily, "Don't listen to his nonsense here. All we have prepared is to revive your wife. There is no way to resurrect her. This kid is destroying our plans so much. We must not keep him. I will get rid of this trouble so that our plan can proceed smoothly." As soon as the voice fell, the vengeful spirit burst out with a thick evil spirit, which wrapped the entire cruise ship. Everyone felt that their chests became extremely depressed, and breathing became much more difficult. Everyone was terrified and trembling. They all felt that their death was coming. Facing such a terrible vengeful spirit, they definitely had no way to survive. Lu Chuan looked at the sudden outburst of the vengeful spirit, snorted coldly, and said, "Are you getting angry so quickly? If what I said is not true, why are you so anxious? You dare to take hundreds of lives to help yourself to revive. You vengeful spirit are really brave." His eyes gradually turned dark gold. The strength of this vengeful spirit is very terrifying, and it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. But facing things like ghosts and vengeful spirits, Lu Chuan, who has immortal golden pupils, has never been afraid. But just when he was about to activate the immortal golden pupils to deal with this vengeful spirit, Yi Hao suddenly jumped out and blocked in front of him. He looked at the vengeful spirit in the air with confidence and shouted, "Bold monster, I'm the captain of the S-level soul hunting team of the supervisory department, specializing in dealing with scourges like you who bring disaster to the world. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 347 Lu Chuan takes action. Lu Chuan was stunned. This guy. Yi Hao turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and said seriously, "It's a great achievement that you can see through this ghost. She is very dangerous. You may not be her opponent. Leave it to me next. I will keep you safe. You just retreat and hide." The people around who were frightened and panicked and thought they would definitely die at the hands of the ghost today saw hope instantly after hearing that Yi Hao was from the supervisory department. "He is from the supervisory department. We are saved. I heard that the soul hunting team is an elite team within the supervisory department. Only the top talents can join. This person is from the S-level team. He will definitely defeat this ghost. God loves us. I thought we were going to die today. I didn't expect that there was someone from the supervisory department among us. Now we are saved." Yi Hao listened to the discussions of the people around him, and a little pride appeared on his face, and his waist and back straightened a little. The reason why he chose to stand up at this time was because he didn't want Lu Chuan to steal the limelight. Since the vengeful spirit was found by this guy, the task of solving the vengeful spirit must be completed by him, so as to highlight that he is stronger than Lu Chuan. After hearing Yi Hao's words, Lu Chuan felt a bit amused. He saw from the beginning that Yi Hao had the strength of the 5th level of the mysterious realm. He was considered the top genius in the supervisory department, so he thought it was normal for this guy to be a little arrogant. But the vengeful spirit in front of him was full of resentment, and the damage it could cause could not be simply considered by realm. Moreover, warriors were good at physical destruction, and they had no advantage in facing vengeful spirits, which belonged to the category of metaphysics. Yi Hao was almost certain to lose to this vengeful spirit. But Lu Chuan did not stop Yi Hao, because he knew very well that Yi Hao stood up now, obviously wanting to show off. If he directly said that Yi Hao could not beat the vengeful spirit, it would arouse this guy's rebellious psychology. Instead of this, it would be better to let Yi Hao go first. After being beaten, he would know exactly how much weight he had. "Okay, I'll leave this vengeful spirit to you first. If you can't beat me, come on," Lu Chuan said. Yi Hao glanced at Lu Chuan and thought to himself, "Why are you talking like you're the last one? Besides, how could I not beat this vengeful spirit? You're really good at underestimating people. Now I'll show you how powerful I am." Then he didn't hesitate anymore and rushed towards the vengeful spirit. Die. The vengeful spirit looked at Yi Hao, and the murderous aura around her became even stronger. She had heard about some things about the supervisory department, and she had a vengeful friend who was dealt with by the people of the supervisory department, so she didn't have a good impression of the people in this organization. She directly released endless resentment and said angrily, "You bastard from the supervisory department, do you think you can stop me? Dream on." Yi Hao concentrated his internal energy on his palm, rushed to the vengeful spirit, used all his strength, slapped it out, and shouted, "One move is enough to deal with you." Everyone's eyes widened. Wow, he's so handsome. So awesome, we've got it. This vengeful spirit will definitely be destroyed. Tsundere looked at Yi Hao with admiration and shouted excitedly, "Honey, you're the best." Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but sigh. The vengeful spirit couldn't help laughing wildly when Yi Hao said he would get rid of him with one move, and then suddenly gathered a ball of resentment and rushed straight towards Yi Hao. The power of Yiheo's palm was instantly disintegrated, and the ball of resentment hit his chest hard, knocking his body out, and falling on the deck, rolling out more than 10 meters before stopping. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the hope in their eyes was so vulnerable, and the nerves that had just relaxed were tense again. How is this possible? Tsundere stared at Yiheo, who fell to the ground, then ran over and helped him up. Honey, are you okay? Yiheo's face was pale, his breath was extremely weak, and he was obviously seriously injured. He looked at the vengeful spirit in the air with a serious expression, gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect this vengeful spirit to be so terrifying. It seriously injured me with one move. I'm afraid we are really in danger this time. Everyone became more desperate when they heard Yiheo's words. In their cognition, if the people of the supervisory department could not deal with this vengeful spirit, then no one could save them. The vengeful spirit laughed arrogantly and said, I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable. What a waste of my time. She looked at Shen Wansen and said, let's continue with our plan. As long as you do what I say, you can bring your wife back to life. Shen Wansen nodded. Although no one drank the drinks they prepared, fortunately there was a backup plan that could also extract life from these people. But before he could act, he heard a voice saying, oh, have you forgotten me? Everyone turned their heads and found that the person who spoke was Lu Chuan. Yiheo frowned and shouted to Lu Chuan, you'd better not bite the bullet. The horror of this vengeful spirit is far beyond our imagination. It's futile for you to take action. Lu Chuan turned his head and glanced at Yiheo, saying, just watch carefully. Yiheo was speechless, thinking that this guy was so unwilling to listen to advice. So let him taste a little bitterness, and he will know how ridiculous he is. The vengeful spirit's eyes fell on Lu Chuan and said coldly, didn't you see that the man from the supervision department was defeated by me in one move? Do you think you are better than him? Lu Chuan smiled and said, he is him, I'm me. Wait for me to take action, and you will know who is more powerful. The vengeful spirit snorted coldly and said, arrogant and ignorant, in this case, I will let you taste my power. Endless resentment gathered and all enveloped Lu Chuan. Yiheo's face changed, and he murmured, the attack of the vengeful spirit this time is 10 times stronger than before. With this move, Lu Chuan will definitely die. Hearing this, everyone was worried about Lu Chuan, thinking that he was too reckless. Yiheo of the supervisory department was defeated by the vengeful spirit in one move. How could he possibly resist the attack of the vengeful spirit, not to mention that this was a move that was 10 times stronger. However, facing such a terrifying move, Lu Chuan just took 2 steps forward calmly, and then his pupils suddenly turned dark gold, and then a strange force spread in and out, and after contacting the vengeance, it instantly ignited them. Immortal golden pupils. The vengeance released by the vengeful spirit was ignited, and she instantly let out a miserable cry. Her ghostly howls echoed throughout the cruise ship, giving goosebumps to everyone on the ship. Then Lu Chuan took a step forward and appeared in front of the vengeful spirit in an instant. A talisman appeared in his hand and was pasted on the head of the vengeful spirit. Then he made a hand seal and shouted, explode. With a bang, the vengeful spirit's body exploded instantly, and the resentment that permeated the entire ship dissipated instantly. When everyone came to their senses again, they saw that the vengeful spirit that was so arrogant just now had become broken and tattered, with a piece missing here and a piece missing there, and its breath was weak and almost dissipated. The vengeful spirit wanted to escape in fear, but was nailed to the mast by Lu Chuan's power. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the vengeful spirit quickly begged for mercy. Master, please spare my life. It is my blindness that has offended you. Please don't blame me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 348, But You Are Not Her. The entire deck fell silent instantly. Everyone was looking at this scene in disbelief. Many people widened their eyes in surprise, as if they had seen something unbelievable. He actually subdued this terrifying ghost with just one move. This is too amazing. My god, the man from the supervisory department was defeated by the ghost in one move, but he subdued the ghost in one move. How amazing is he? So he is a savior. The ghost was beaten like this. There shouldn't be any problems now, right? Yiheo stared at the ghost nailed to the mast in a daze, muttering, how is this possible? He actually subdued the ghost so easily. It was not until this moment that he realized how ridiculous his previous behavior was. It turned out that the story circulating in the supervisory department that Lu Chuan destroyed the Yunji Ui sect single-handedly was not exaggerated at all. His strength was simply a joke in front of Lu Chuan, but he naively thought that he was not worse than Lu Chuan, or even better. He even showed a proud attitude in front of Lu Chuan, trying to prove that he was better than Lu Chuan. Thinking of the time when he challenged Lu Chuan and Lu Chuan politely admitted defeat, he was proud to think that the other party was a coward. Now thinking about it, he realized that the other party didn't want to waste time on him at all. This feeling made him autistic, and a strong sense of shame rose in his heart. He turned his head to look at Suzaru and asked, Zioru, am I like a clown? Suzaru comforted, dear, you are the best. There is no need to compare with others. In my eyes, no one can compare with you. Yiheo sighed, and his mood became even more depressed. Lu Chuan looked at the vengeful spirit nailed to the mast and said coldly, you have evil intentions, and want to kill so many people. If I'll let you go, wouldn't it be a big disaster for the people of the world? The vengeful spirit was a little desperate, knowing that he was afraid that he would have no way to survive today. At this time, Shen Wanson came over and blocked the resentful spirit. He stared at Lu Chuan with a fearless expression and shouted, you can't kill her. I still need her to revive my wife. If you want to kill her, kill me first. Lu Chuan looked at Shen Wanson speechlessly and said, I have told you that there is no way to revive the dead in this world. She just wants to use your wife's body to revive. Why don't you believe it? Shen Wanson said, don't lie to me here. As long as it goes according to the plan, my wife will definitely be resurrected. Lu Chuan had no choice but to look at the resentful spirit and said, tell him what is the purpose of all this you asked him to arrange. The resentful spirit hesitated and didn't say a word for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Chuan hit her with another force. The resentful spirit wailed and said quickly, I'll tell you. Resurrecting his wife was actually something I made up to seduce him. I don't have any way to resurrect the dead. All I asked him to do was to borrow his wife's body, to return to the world, and exist in this world as a living person again. Shen Wanson looked at the resentful spirit in disbelief and shouted hysterically, you lied to me. The resentful spirit said guiltily, if I didn't say that, you would definitely not listen to me, and after I borrow your wife's body, to return to the world, I can completely play your wife according to your preferences. No matter what you like, I can satisfy you. This way, you can have your wife again, and give you some freshness. Isn't this better? Shen Wanson showed a face full of pain, knelt directly on the ground, hugged his head and cried, but you are not her. You can't replace her at all. Everyone looked at Shen Wanson's painful appearance, and couldn't help showing sympathetic eyes. Although they all felt that they were also people who valued feelings, at this moment, they all felt that they were no match for Shen Wanson. Lu Chuan walked up to Shen Wanson, patted him on the shoulder and said, the dead cannot be resurrected, and even if there is a way to bring people back to life, it should not be done at the cost of hundreds of lives. In this way, even if your wife comes back to life, she will never accept you again. Shen Wanson raised his head, looked at Lu Chuan and said, but I just want to see her again. Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, if you just want to see your wife again, I have a way to help you. Shen Wanson's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked, really? I don't ask for anything, even if it's just a short meeting. If you can really do it, I can give you all my wealth. Lu Chuan showed a playful smile on his face, and thought to himself, I've been waiting for you to say this. He coughed twice and said, you don't have to give me all your wealth, but if I really help you see your wife, you have to give me the love grass. Shen Wanson nodded quickly and said, no problem, I can give you the love grass now, but is there any way you can let me meet my wife again? Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at the ice coffin not far away and said lightly, after a person dies, if the body cannot be buried, it will become a lonely ghost, unable to enter reincarnation, and will always wander between heaven and earth, without peace. I have a way to summon your wife's ghost and let her meet you. At that time, you can ask her if she is really willing for you to freeze her body in the ice coffin. Shen Wanson was stunned when he heard this and asked, so, I actually made her suffer a lot by doing this? Lu Chuan smiled and said, you should wait until I summon her ghost and ask her yourself. Then he took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, walked in front of Shen Wanson, and said, bite your finger and drop a few drops of blood on it. Shen Wanson did not dare to hesitate, and immediately bit his finger, and ripped a few drops of blood on the yellow talisman paper. Lu Chuan borrowed his blood, and used his spiritual power as a brush, to draw the talisman on the yellow talisman paper. In fact, the effect of the talisman is the same, no matter whose blood is used to draw it, but Lu Chuan did not want to bite his finger, so he let Shen Wanson bite his finger and drip blood. Soon, a complex talisman was drawn. Lu Chuan took the talisman and pasted it on the forehead of Shen Wanson's wife in the ice coffin, and then formed seals with his hands. The talisman instantly glowed, and strange power fluctuations spread around and disappeared between heaven and earth. After a while, Shen Wanson seemed to have a feeling in his heart and quickly turned his head to look at the sky behind him. I saw a ghost who looked exactly like his wife flying towards this side. Shen Wanson suddenly became extremely excited and cried out with tears in his eyes, wife, is it really you? Everyone watching this scene was filled with emotion, and they had a deep admiration for Shen Wanson's infatuation. They all thought that when he and his wife met, it would be a moving scene. However, the ghost of Shen Wanson's wife flew in front of Shen Wanson, and Shen Wanson excitedly stepped forward and wanted to hug her in his arms. His wife's face was cold, and she raised her hand and slapped Shen Wanson in the face. Pa. Everyone who was waiting to see the touching scene of the couple's reunion fell silent in an instant. Chapter 349 Clues to the Extreme Yin Water. Boss Shen is so miserable. He missed his wife so much, but his wife slapped him in the face the first time she saw him. It was so cruel. Boss Shen must be so heartbroken. He tried so hard to revive his wife, but got such a response. Boss Shen is so pitiful. I think he must be very desperate now. Everyone looked at Shen Wanson with sympathy, thinking that he would collapse in the next second. However, what no one expected was that after Shen Wanson received the slap, he showed an excited expression on his face. He stroked his face with happiness and said, wife, it's really you. Only you can give me my favorite slap. Everyone was stunned, and the expressions on their faces were as if they had seen a ghost. It was indescribably wonderful. This Boss Shen actually has a habit of slapping his wife in the face? I really can't believe that Shen Wanson, the richest man who is famous throughout China, is actually a masochist who likes to be slapped in the face by his wife. TSK. It turns out that the richest man also has a side that is unknown to the public. I thought they were going to have a falling out on the spot, but I didn't expect that this was their way of loving each other. Shen Wanson's wife glared at Shen Wanson and cursed, are you out of your mind? Why did you revive me when you have nothing to do? Do you know that I'm waiting to be reborn to welcome a better life? It's because you didn't bury me that I can't be reborn and can only be a lonely ghost. Shen Wanson said with guilt on his face, I can't bear to leave you, my wife. I just want to take a good look at you again, even if it's only once. His wife crossed her arms and said unhappily, you can't bear to leave me, but I can't bear to leave you. I've had enough of you in this life. It's because of you that I have only had one relationship in my life. I was fantasizing about dating more handsome guys in my next life, but you actually want to resurrect me and prevent me from reincarnating. I wish I could strangle you to death. Shen Wanson was not angry. Instead, he showed an honest smile on his face and said, wife, I'm sorry. It's my fault for delaying your search for happiness in your next life. But I feel relieved to see that you are still so cute. His wife snorted and said, since you know that you have delayed me by doing this, don't do these things in the future. You are even about to go astray. It is this kind of person that I despise the most. Shen Wanson nodded quickly and said, I know. I will never make such a mistake again. I will give adequate compensation to all the victims present today. That's better, his wife said angrily. Shen Wanson looked at his wife's ghost and said, Wife, can you let me kiss her again? That way I will have fulfilled my wish and will never do these things again. His wife was reluctant, but still said, okay, but you must promise that after the kiss, our fate in this life will be over, and you are not allowed to delay me from finding my own happiness in the future. Shen Wanson nodded quickly, and then the man and the ghost hugged and kissed each other. After a long time, the two separated, and Shen Wanson's wife said, okay, I should go. After reincarnation, I will find many handsome guys to fall in love with. You should forget me, find a new wife, and live a good life. Then she turned around, and her figure slowly dissipated. The moment she turned around, crystal clear liquid flowed out of her eyes, turned into starlight light, and dissipated in the air. Shen Wanson shed tears again, but this time they were tears of satisfaction. He knew his wife's character well, and knew that she said she wanted to reincarnate and find a handsome guy to fall in love with, just to make him completely stop thinking about it. This was exactly how his wife showed her love for him. Wife, have a good journey. I won't marry anyone else. I will always wait for you to grow up, Shen Wanson said affectionately. A violent shout came from the air. Get out. I don't want to be with an old man like you anymore. Shen Wanson heard this and smiled foolishly. The love grass not far away emitted strange power fluctuations, as if it recognized the love between Shen Wanson and his wife, and absorbed some indescribable energy from the air, and then the flowers on it grew rapidly, and produced a fruit the size of a lychee. Everyone looked at this magical scene in disbelief. Although they thought the way Shen Wanson and his wife got along was a little funny, they all felt that there was real love between the two at this moment. Shen Wanson looked at the love grass bearing fruit and said excitedly, Wife, did you see that? The love grass has borne fruit for us. This shows that you love me. I knew you were just talking. I will find a way to find your reincarnation and wait for you to grow up. Lu Chuan looked at this scene and whispered, although your wife's feelings for you are witnessed by the love grass, why do I feel that she is not lying when she said she wanted to reincarnate and fall in love with a handsome guy? Without wasting any more time, he walked up to Shen Wanson and said, I helped you meet your wife. Does this love grass belong to me? Shen Wanson looked at Lu Chuan gratefully and said, little brother, thank you so much for letting me see my wife for the last time. This love grass is given to you. If you have anything else you want, you can also tell me. As long as I can find it, I will definitely buy it back for you. Lu Chuan thought that Shen Wanson was the richest man in Xianan, with many connections and extensive resources. Maybe he had clues about the extremely yin water, so he asked, have you heard of the extremely yin water? A trace of doubt appeared on Shen Wanson's face, and he asked, extreme yin water? What is that? Lu Chuan said, it is spiritual water that contains the power of extreme cold, and has the power to freeze everything. As long as it has this characteristic, it can be called extreme yin water. Have you heard of it? Shen Wanson thought for a while and said, spiritual water containing the power of extreme cold. I seem to have heard that one of my relatives found some of the spiritual water you mentioned in order to relieve the side effects of his daughter. Those spiritual waters seem to contain very powerful ice power, which should belong to the extreme yin water you mentioned. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Shen Wanson actually knew the clue of the extreme yin water. He quickly asked, what is the name of your relative, and where is he? Shen Wanson smiled and said, you should have heard of this relative of mine. He is Shen Ruhei, the head of the Shen family, who is known as the #1 martial arts family. His daughter has been gifted since she was a child, but her body seems to have some minor problems, so she has been looking for this kind of thing containing extreme cold power to suppress the problem of the body. It's just that I heard that their family had found a way to solve his daughter's physical problem some time ago, so I don't know if there is still this kind of spiritual water. Although our two families are relatives, we have been less and less in recent years. I can't ask Shen Ruhei for spiritual water directly, but I can write you a letter of recommendation. You take the letter of recommendation to Shen Ruhei, and he should give me some face. After listening to this, Lu Chuan's face showed a stunned expression. He didn't expect Shen Wanson to be a relative of Shen Ruhei. But if the Shen family really has the extremely yin water, then everything will be easy. He smiled at Shen Wanson and said, if it is the Shen family, then there is no need to write me any recommendation letters. I have some friendship with the head of the Shen family. I will go directly to him when the time comes. Shen Wanson was slightly surprised, but he didn't ask much. He smiled and said, in this case, I won't bother. I hope you can find the extremely yin water you want from the Shen family. Lu Chuan nodded, thinking that he hadn't seen Chu Mingyao for a long time, since she was taken away by Shen Ruhei, and he didn't know how she was doing now. Mingyao must have missed me a lot, so I'm going to see her this time. I have a feeling that the final showdown between me and the Great Elder won't be far away. I'll need the power of the Shen family to fight against Xuanzang at that time. I'll go to the head of the Shen family to discuss how to deal with the Great Elder this time. After making up his mind, Lu Chuan walked over, picked up the love grass, and put it into the storage space. Then he looked at the vengeful spirit nailed to the mast, took out a jade bottle, raised his hand, and released a force, and put the vengeful spirit into the jade bottle. Today's matter ends here, Boss Shen. You should also bury your wife's body as soon as possible so that she can be reincarnated. Lu Chuan looked at Shen Wanson and said. Shen Wanson nodded, immediately called someone to cover the ice coffin, and carefully pushed it away. At the same time, he also promised to compensate everyone and not let everyone suffer such a fright in vain. Lu Chuan walked in front of Yi Heo with the jade bottle that sealed the vengeful spirit. Yi Heo looked at Lu Chuan with a complicated expression, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but in the end, no word came out. Lu Chuan smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, it's good to like competition, but don't fall into the quagmire to prove yourself. It won't do you any good. This vengeful spirit will be handed over to your supervisory department. I won't care about the follow-up matters. We'll see each other again in the future. He stuffed the jade bottle into Yi Heo's hand, turned and walked to Guzayadasang, and said, let's find something to eat. I'm hungry. Yi Heo looked at Lu Chuan's back and felt very uncomfortable. After a long time, he finally sighed and said in a convinced tone, I'm not as good as him. Not long after, the cruise ship docked, and Lu Chuan took Guzayadasang back to the hotel. In Guzayadasang's past life, she only put her sister first, and her sister was the only one in her eyes, but today's experiences can be regarded as an eye-opener for her. In the past, she didn't believe that love existed in this world, but Shen Wanson's persistence in his wife made her feel that her past thoughts might be biased. Of course, even if she gained something, she still hated pretending to be a couple with Lu Chuan. If this guy hadn't sealed her power, she would have been the one who was in the limelight on the cruise ship today. Lu Chuan didn't care about Guzayadasang's thoughts. After returning to the hotel, he began to study the love grass that had already borne fruit. He asked the tower spirit, this love grass is a 400-year-old spiritual medicine, so does its fruit also count as a 400-year-old spiritual fruit? Can I refine a pulse protecting pill with only this fruit? The tower spirit said, theoretically, it is possible. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. Then wouldn't I be able to refine a pulse protecting pill and keep a 400-year-old spiritual medicine? Thinking of this, he reached out to pick the fruit of the love grass. However, the next second, a terrifying force erupted, directly bouncing his hand away, and the fruit of the love grass quickly disappeared into the leaves, being protected by layers of layers. Chapter 350, How to Pick Fruit. Lu Chuan was surprised and asked, what's going on? Why doesn't it let me pick the fruit? The tower spirit said speechlessly, a medicinal herb that has grown for more than 400 years has already possessed a unique spirituality, otherwise it would not be called a spiritual medicine. Since it already has spirituality, it has its own preferences like people. The fruits it produces will naturally only be picked by people it likes. Doesn't it like me? Lu Chuan didn't expect that a medicinal herb would actually have its own preferences, and his face was full of surprise. The tower spirit said disdainfully, you are not a popular person, why should people have a good impression of you? Lu Chuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, then how can I make it have a good impression on me? The tower spirit said, just as its name, love grass, naturally has infinite good feelings for love. As long as there are couples showing affection in front of it, it will generally gain its favor. At that time, it will naturally expose its fruit and let people pick it. Luchuan widened his eyes. Then I have to find a couple to show affection in front of it? The tower spirit said, to be precise, whether it is a couple or not, as long as it has intimate actions, such as kissing and hugging, it will react. Because in essence, even if two strangers suddenly kiss, their heartbeats and breathing will speed up. At this time, they will secrete a kind of energy that can make the love grass grow. As long as it absorbs this energy, it will let down its guard. So that's the case. Luchuan thought, then I'll pick its fruit later. Tarling said, you'd better not wait. The fruit of the love grass can only exist for 3 days, and will rot after 3 days, so you must pick it before it rots, and preserve it in a special way, otherwise the fruit will be wasted. Luchuan glared, it will rot so soon. Tarling said, this is probably what you said, the shelf life of love is very short. Luchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that this made sense. Then he began to think about how to gain the favor of the love grass and pick its fruit. At this time, Guzayada-san finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom in pajamas. He was about to go to his bedroom. He glared at Luchuan when he passed the sofa. Luchuan looked at Guzayada-san, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. With a smirk on his face, he stood up and stopped Guzayada-san. Guzayada-san's face immediately became alert. He stared at Luchuan and asked, what are you doing? Luchuan smiled and said, I want to ask you for a favor. Guzayada-san quickly covered his chest with his hands and asked nervously, what help? Luchuan smiled slightly and directly picked up Guzayada-san like a princess. Guzayada-san was shocked and immediately struggled, shouting, what are you doing? Put me down quickly, if you dare to do anything to me, I promise I will never let you go. Seeing her resistance so fiercely, Luchuan quickly said, hey, don't react so strongly, I won't do anything to you, I just want you to cooperate with me. Guzayada-san didn't listen at all and shouted, you bastard, beast, pervert. I won't cooperate with you to do that kind of thing, put me down quickly. Luchuan rolled his eyes and said, if you listen to me, I promise not to touch you, but if you don't listen, I will throw you on the bed and ravage you for 3 days and 3 nights, you choose. Hearing this, Guzayada-san immediately became honest, looked at Luchuan nervously, and asked, what do you want to do? Luchuan explained, I want to pick the fruits of the love grass, but it will only expose the fruits if I gain its favor first. And to gain its favor, it is actually very simple, just show your affection in front of it. I want you to pretend to show your affection to me and deceive the love grass. Guzayada-san's heart tightened and asked, then, how do I show my affection? Luchuan smiled and said, just hold you like this for a while. Although the love grass is spiritual, it has almost no intelligence and is very easy to fool. Guzayada-san was a little unconvinced, really just hold like this for a while? Luchuan said, don't worry, I've consulted a professional, there will be no problem. This professional is naturally the tower spirit. At that time, it said that kissing and hugging were considered showing affection, so Luchuan felt that hugging Guzayada-san like this for a while would make the love grass feel good. Guzayada-san was skeptical, but because her power was sealed, and she was worried that Luchuan would really do something to her, she had to give in. Okay, but let's make it clear first, I'll just hug you for a while, and you're not allowed to do anything else. Luchuan smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not that shameless. Then he hugged Guzayada-san, and sat on the sofa, facing the love grass on the table. It was the first time that Guzayada-san was hugged like this, and the person hugging her was her sister's fiancé, which made her feel ashamed and nervous. And somehow, she even felt a little inexplicably excited in her heart. Her heartbeat and breathing became very fast, making her a little at a loss, and a blush climbed up on her face. Luchuan didn't have any bad thoughts. Of course, hugging a girl like this would still make him have some reactions. This should be the change brought about by the intimate behavior that Tarling said, which is a normal phenomenon. Soon, the love grass in front of them emitted a little bit of light, which scattered on Luchuan and Guzayada-san. It was obvious that the intimate act of hugging had an effect, allowing the love grass to absorb energy and thus develop a liking for the two of them. Lu Chuan became excited, waiting for the love grass to expose the fruit so that he could pick it quickly. At this time, he had the same impulsive love that he had on the ship. He knew that this was the effect of the starlight released by the love grass, so he forcibly suppressed this feeling. Gu Xiaosang's willpower was obviously not as strong as his. After this feeling appeared, she subconsciously hugged his neck, raised her head, and looked at the man eagerly, as if she was longing for something. Lu Chuan ignored Gu Xiaosang's eyes, knowing that he would be fine as long as he got through it. After all, he also promised not to do anything else to Gu Xiaosang. But after a long time, the love grass was just releasing that starlight and did not expose the fruit. Lu Chuan's mood became a little irritable, thinking that we have been hugging for so long. Why don't you hurry up and take out the fruit? Don't go too far. As soon as he had this thought, a strange force acted on him and Gu Xiaosang, and then both of them felt that their bodies were out of control, and they pressed closer to each other. Then Lu Chuan lowered his head and looked at Gu Xiaosang, and Gu Xiaosang also raised his head and looked at Lu Chuan. The two of them showed their desire for love in their eyes, and then they slowly approached and kissed each other. The love grass witnessed this scene, and its leaves rustled, as if celebrating that they finally saw the scene they wanted to see, and they were extremely happy, and then finally presented the fruit in front of the two people. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.